This will not be arranged, unless this way, this way. Earlier the arrangement was like this and like this, so you can see without any block. Make sure you can see both the screen and also the board. Okay. Little angle, slightly keep an angle. Keep the angle. this can be removed, this line. We remove this line then.
I want to sit here.
Okay.
People to sit here.
Yeah,
So that camera can
ask them to sit here also because the camera can be there.
while they're interacting with you.
This move also you can be covered in the camera. So please come in front. Occupy first line, then second line.
This space is
First line, second line.
you need more space or
Enough.
is it okay?
I need a space here.
Madam, please take occupy front seats. Sir. Sir, please come in the front. Madam, please go to occupy that side seats. Please come in. One in front. One in front. There. Please. So cannot cover it.
You can sit here. Yes. So, please settle down. So, let us have a very quick review of what happened from day one. We are trying to, understand the classroom process of producing different discourses. As I told you, some discourses are fundamental. For example, description, conversation, story, songs. These discourses are objectives from class 1 to 10 and even higher classes. So you should understand how to help children to produce this. Very simple process. Any teacher can do it. You don't need a lot of English to facilitate. Right? So you can just show a picture, ask very simple questions. What is this? That kind of thing. Get lines. So you can generate poems, you can generate, descriptions and so on. And since our schedule, workshop schedule normally is from 9 to 4, 1 hour we are losing anyway. Therefore we are rushing through. Okay. I wanted all of you to talk about what you did yesterday. Okay. In the whole class we produced a description. Then a second picture was given to you, thematically connected, and you were asked to write a description in groups. You started the process in the last hour. Then I requested you to share that in WhatsApp group. Did you do that?
Yes.
So your group product will be ready now. Yes or no?
Yes.
Please respond to me. I have to understand. So did you meet the mentors? Did anyone talk to the mentor, or did the mentor talk to you in the group? Send you any messages on that? Right?
So, group is open. Send all messages. Group name is NEIEA DOP. English teachers group is separate. Other Hyderabad local teachers group is separate. And it's already open. Right.
That is not the grouping. The grouping,
Achha, here.
For each, mentor, we have given 5 members. That was announced yesterday because the mentor can take care of their assignments. Okay. So my question is, did you, share ideas on the group, in your WhatsApp group, not that larger group, in your small group, mentor group? Did you? So you must have completed picture description. Yes or no? Hello? So did you complete the picture description? Yes or no? Are you ready with your picture description? The group product, not an individual product, because there are friends, 5 members in your group. So you have collated, put together all the ideas to get a group product. Is that ready? Is it ready? So it must be there in the WhatsApp group. Now everybody has to see that. Therefore, the group leaders will write that on a chart paper and let us analyze, understand the next step. Suppose children write something in group, how are we going to improve it? That's why we talk about editing. We started editing, but the the choreography script had minimal editing. There was nothing to do on that, except a few changes here and there. But when you are editing a description, of course, you have to edit systematically, and you also have to understand the classroom process for that. So I request you to, write that on a chart of paper and then present it, as we did yesterday. Okay. What? The group description. The second picture. Okay. So where is that one? There were chart papers here, markers. So give 5 groups. Where are the mentors? You have to listen to instructions very clearly. May we have to do editing with the group product. That means we need fresh set of paper. Is that clear? Yes. So give that paper to each group, let them write on the paper. Meanwhile, make sure everybody in the group has it. You are working in a group. So you know what you have written. You know what others have written also. And you have put them together. All the ideas have been put together. Am I correct? So our next step is you are going to present it. Your WhatsApp thing cannot be presented. Okay? But I don't know, Sufyan, suppose instead of writing, can they directly show the WhatsApp work here, screen it?
Yes.
So if it is there in the group, we'll connect to the projector and see what you have written. So you need not write on the chart now. You can keep it aside for some time being. Let us save time. Yeah. So somebody can give the mobile phone to him. He will connect to it, each group, okay, and see your product here. You can see on the screen what you have written. You had a WhatsApp group, Did you contact other members in the group, through group? No. Huh? Now, see, you understand the long way forward. What I tell you, we are going to have a hybrid format of teacher training. Hybrid means you'll be using, face-to-face and also using technology. So the first work assigned to you was that you post your ideas in the group, 5-member group, and put all the ideas together so you get a group product. Okay? Not on paper, but in your WhatsApp message. Is that ready? That was my question. So instead of writing on the chart, you can display directly from the mobile phone. It means you have not started working using WhatsApp. Am I correct?
We created groups, as you all know.
You
are
created
all,
groups.
Yeah.
But were there any posting in that group?
Yeah.
Is that group description ready on the WhatsApp? Mentors have to answer me.
Mentors were there for every group.
Jamil, what about you? So that you didn't monitor. Ume, what about you?
No, my name is Farha, sir.
Huh? No, where is Ume? I was here. Farai, not you. Okay. And where is Saad? Where is Taskin? This is bad. Okay, anyway, please write on the chart paper. I'll give this to a group, take a sheet of paper and write your group product in this one.
Nasreen, yesterday you showed that paper, no? Just keep according to that.
Please understand, if you don't follow the instructions like this, I will wind up the training. I am not interested if you are not interested. If you are interested, I will continue.
We shared that in the group, sir.
What was my instruction? I said you post your ideas as a group, contact, it is not your fault. The mentors have to be done, do that. So did any mentor contact you?
Yes.
Huh?
Taskin ma'am, when we have shared.
Yeah, let Taskin come. Okay. So, yeah, please understand, you cooperate, work as a team. We are, in 21st century, you have to understand the new ways of communicating with others. Okay? So don't stick on to your old practices. Go forward. And you are going to use technology lively in the classroom. Right? Every classroom is going to be smart classrooms with the TV, connectivity, everything. At least in 1 year it will happen. Right? So let us also learn how to use it. So show this. Can you connect this? There is WhatsApp in that. I have installed. You have to just QR that, But there is no internet. There is internet here.
Just connect it with hotspot.
Huh. Yeah, but even then it may not be, will not be able to. This can be shared to your WhatsApp, Huh. I mean, there was a WhatsApp here, but it was internet connectivity. No, QR code. Okay. See, for example, there was a WhatsApp icon here. Yeah, WhatsApp here. This one. Here. Check that. In this number, forward it. It is updated? It is updated.
Request to teachers, please note down sir's number.
Hold down.
That's the WhatsApp number, sir's WhatsApp
New
number.
She's sending something now.
So mentors, whatever you have done, yesterday's work allotted,
Yeah, this one.
share it,
No.
sir's number.
Which is that number? Share.
Yeah, first we have to save your number, then on WhatsApp we can.
Yes, she will send it now. Okay. Please listen to what I say. We can save time. Your time is precious. My time is also very precious. Okay. Right? You are talking to a person who sleeps only 3 hours a day. I sleep only 3 hours. How many hours do you sleep? Share. Yeah.
I request mentors, please form your groups first. We find only 2 groups are formed, Taskin madams and Jabin madam. And work to be assigned is the next instruction given by sir. Saduddin sir, Umme Habiba ma'am and Shah Jamil sir. 3 of you please form the groups first. I request you to add sir's number in that. And our numbers also will write if sir permits. Because as directors we should know what is going on.
Brightness is here, you know. Some button here. Yeah, this one. Okay. So this is the product of one group. Okay. You can, I will read that, or somebody from the group read it.
1 minute, no, please. Listen to sir first.
One member from this group can read it. Who forwarded this now? Yeah.
That's group, sir.
So please read that. Take the mic and read it for others. Read sentence by sentence. Okay. Now we are going to edit it. So the classroom process is, after displaying the group product, the members of the group will be presenting that. In our group right now, only one member is presenting it. Okay.
Our group work, sir.
But I believe these ideas are the common property of all the members.
All the members.
Not your own idea.
Yes, sir.
That is fundamental. If that is so, we are on the right track. Okay?
This is our group work.
Yes, one group. So this is a collective property.
Yes.
And editing is done only on collective work. Right? So read.
Good morning, everyone. The picture shows one part of a classroom with a teacher and the students in it.
Yes. So did you listen to the sentence? Did you listen to the sentence? Now, the first thing we eliminate is, are there any syntactic errors? What is syntactic errors? Sentence structure. And there are 3 categories under that. What are they? There are 3 types of errors in syntax, in sentence structure. What are they? Hello, this is not good. You have to remember. Look at your notes. What are the 3 syntactic errors? We talked about grammatical errors. We categorized the types of errors. So we had discourse errors, sentence level errors, word level errors, and so on. Look at the pad.
Commas, full stop.
Look at the pad. And answer my question. What are the errors under syntax, sentence level errors? Omission of words.
Usage of unnecessary words.
Unnecessary words, and also word order.
Word order.
So in the class, please, pay your attention please. If you are not doing lifelong, you will have to teach grammar and children will not learn. See, there is no research evidence across the world that children's language will improve by teaching grammar. I am a linguist. I am saying, standing in a platform where I am accountable. So I cannot tell you stories, narratives. I have to tell you the truth only. And the truth is that people believe you can teach English, but then by teaching grammar, no second language learner has acquired language. This is a fundamental fact. So we have to look for alternatives, and editing is one of the alternatives. There is no grammar teaching, but grammar sensitization, grammaring. We call it grammaring. Okay? So we go for categories. First we look for sentence level errors, then we look for word level errors, then we go for writing convention,
Writing convention.
like spelling, punctuation, whatever. Finally, you can also check for discourse features. Okay? So, let us begin with the syntax errors. The classroom process is, teacher takes one group product, reads, please listen to me, reads one sentence after other sentence, pause at every end, ask questions. Are there any words omitted? Any missing words? Are there any unnecessary words? Is there any word order problem? If there are no issues, we go to next sentence. This is how we go forward. Yes or no? So first we edit the syntax. Then only you go for morphology. Morphology means word level errors. So read the sentence once again, listen carefully and check whether there are any unnecessary words, excess words and so on. Please read that once again.
The
Please
picture
understand the
shows
process.
one part of a classroom with a teacher and the students in it.
Is it okay? Is there any word omitted? Any words missing? Any word missing in that sentence? What do you think? Don't look at others. Grammar is an intuition. A part. Let us see. The picture shows one part of a part, one part. I think in this context you can use both. Not a problem. So there are no omission of words. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
I think so. Yes.
No errors.
No errors.
Okay. The next error is, are there any unnecessary words in that? Read that sentence again. If you cannot read, she will read again.
The picture shows one part of a classroom with a teacher and the students in it.
I didn't hear. Which word? With. The picture shows one part of the classroom with a teacher. Are you talking about this with? It is there. Is it unnecessary? We are talking about a classroom, and this classroom is with a teacher and students.
It is necessary.
So how do you connect classroom with a teacher here? We are talking about a classroom, okay? And in that classroom, there is a teacher and also students. So this is not an unnecessary word, it is an essential word.
Essential.
Problem solved? One part or a, I already said that. Listen carefully. Right. So, there are no omission of words, there are no unnecessary words. The third category is there any problem with the word arrangement, sequencing, word order? Is it in proper order?
Yes.
Read to your mind, read to your mind. Feel the language. See, grammar is inside you. You have to invoke that, bring that out. So think about that, the inner language will respond to you. Nobody else will help you. You have to help yourself. Okay? So this sentence is perfect. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So first sentence is over. Read the next sentence.
The room is big in size.
The room is a very short sentence. The room is big in size. Again, if you sense any problem, raise your hand. Problem means missing word, excess word, word order. If you sense any problem, raise your hand. She'll read again.
The room is big in size.
Go systematically. Any missing words, any excess word, any word order problem. If you say no issue, we'll go to next sentence. That is, you are giving additional information. It's not a grammar error. It's an information gap. But the basic sentence structure is okay. You can add any number of words here. The
We
room
can
is
say big, large.
big,
large,
okay? Yeah,
large.
in size. Right? You can add any number of adjectives. So adding one word like big, he said tall, nice. I'm talking about myself. He is an old, nice gentleman. I believe I am a gentleman. You can add in any number of adjectives
Adjectives.
or modifying words. Okay? So, second sentence is okay. Be attentive. You are looking at only 3 types of errors. We are not looking at other errors like tense errors, aspectual errors, or agreement errors. None of these things will be addressed now. Because human mind needs categorization. So you go systematically, complete one category of errors, go to next category, go to the final category. Okay? So let us look at the next sentence.
A table and chair is placed beside the teacher
Look at, again, any problem, raise your hand.
and a chair.
A
A table and a chair.
You just read it.
A table and a chair is placed beside the
A is
teacher.
not here. So you identified fine. But she says,
Missed that word.
this is the
Gotcha.
problem. A table and
a chair
is
is placed beside the teacher.
So she identified herself. Here, word A is missing. Any other issues? Any other issues in that sentence? See, I am grammaring your mind. Grammaring, not teaching grammar. Understand the difference. We don't teach, but we ask questions to sensitize on grammar. Not without using any grammatical terminology like present tense, past tense, plural, singular. This is all very confusing. Get the feel of language, that's all. So this is called grammaring, but teachers are eager to teach, especially English teachers are eager to teach English grammar. There is an English teacher here, wonderful teacher, sir.
Shambas.
You are an English teacher and you have a tendency to teach grammar, yes or no? Yes or no? That's trained like that. So across the world, teachers have a tendency to teach grammar. So I am trying to say something different. And in the new paradigm, I am the only person in the whole world who has created a new paradigm for language, comprehensively. It's a long process. The kind of learning we are having today is about almost 200 years old. So to change the world, to transform the world, we need another 200 years. A certain way the world is moving, you unwind it, it takes 200 years by simple mathematical calculation. Yes or no? You can save 50 years by technology. Still you need 150 years to change. You have just started. Collectively we will transform. Maybe it will take one more generation, 2 more generations to understand that. But ultimately people have to reach there. So it's a fight. It's a fight against the corporate agencies, fight against market forces, fight against the colonization of English, imperialization. We are fighting against that. Now very few, slowly. Look at myself. I started in a very small school. It expanded. Government, expanded to the whole state. Later, another state came in, Andhra, Telangana, Pondicherry. So states are slowly coming forward. It takes time. Okay? And you are lucky. Telangana teachers are lucky in the sense your textbook is revised. It has all these components. Some unnecessary components also are there, but that's okay. You can neglect them. So look at this one. A table and chair is placed beside the teacher. What's the problem in this sentence?
A chair.
A table
And a chair.
a chair is placed beside the teacher. Good. Let's look at the third sentence.
Next sentence.
Yeah, read.
A register, chalk piece, and a box placed on the table. A register, chalk piece, and a box placed on the table. A chalk piece.
I think you have to think deeply, then only you get it.
A register, a chalk piece, and a box placed on the table.
Omission of any word, any crucial word.
Are placed on the table.
You found it yourself. Okay. So she herself is saying that, which means after completing writing, you have to read. Edit yourself. Read again and again. Ask yourself the question, are there any missing words? Everybody of you, when you write something in English, ask yourself, is there anything left out? Any unnecessary word?
I edited in my notebook, sir.
Then how
After
come this happened?
I edited in my notebook. I
Yeah.
think we have
So did you listen that? She says a register,
a chalk piece and a box are placed on the table.
read exactly what you have written. Madam,
A register, chalk piece and a box placed on the
then
table.
there is a problem.
Yes.
Yes.
Are placed.
Yeah, very good.
Are placed.
A register, a
A
chalk
chalk
piece,
piece and a box
and a box
are placed
are
on the
placed
table.
on the table. So R is left out. She noticed it. Some of you should have raised your hand. Okay. Let us go to next sentence. This is, what is this one? Syllabus. Yeah, Anandan wrote it, I know it. This is your syllabus, English syllabus, which I developed, all the discourses are here, all the features of discourses are here. The whole thing I have given document to government. Okay? Yeah. So, please get this book. It is available on PDF format also. I have given, hundreds of material like to governments. I don't know what they have done with that. I have given free of cost.
This is in the schools, sir. Schools have this,
Schools will have it.
but they are not following.
We are not following. So when I talk about discourses, people look at it me, oh, what is the new idea? It's not a new idea. I have given it already in 2011.
Sir has written
Syllabus.
class 1 to 10.
Syllabus.
See here, in this syllabus, teachers please have a look. Telangana government, CRT, sir's name is there in the details.
I am the editor, kind of thing.
Right? Beautiful books and
Yeah.
I was following it, but now.
Yeah, in the textbook also you can see the same thing. Textbook also you can see the same thing. Okay?
These are primary are there.
Yeah. High school
To 10
classes
all
are here.
classes, whatever discourses are there,
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah, good. It is given here. I didn't see this book. I sent the manuscript, So they
All
did.
subjects you have, like this government books you have and government schools, it is a must.
Yeah,
must be
you can
have.
see
These
here,
have highlighted.
each table, the discourse features are here. What are the features of a discourse? In level 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see table after table. This side talks about, these are the features. So teachers have to follow that children get these things. So it's a material, a very rich material. To understand the features of discourse, I worked for 8 months to understand what is the discourse, what is the feature. Okay, then only I started entering curriculum. First Kerala, then Telangana, it goes like that. It's a huge effort. Look at this one. The details,
Everything is in
What is a listening skill, what is speaking skill, reading, writing. It was produced in 2011. Probably, yes, 2011. And you are using the same. After that, syllabus did not change.
Yes.
Okay? And it talks about assessment. How do you assess? What is formative assessment? What is summative assessment? What are the grading indicators? How do you grade it? It's a full document. Okay? And you can see many links here. Okay? Reference materials here. Some source material here given. You can click on any of these things. You can find any number of reading material. Yeah.
links are there, you can click that.
Yeah.
Sir needs everything in detail it is.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so let us continue.
You all have in the schools.
You have a copy of this in your school.
In your schools it is there compulsory.
Yeah, please give it. So let us focus on this. Thank you for showing that to me. I am seeing the printed matter for the first time. Okay. My job is to produce and I give to systems, governments. I never worked for any private agency so far. Okay, I am working for governments. The picture shows children.
The picture shows children seated in columns of composite bench desk seaters. They are arranged in 3 columns, possibly.
Any problem? Why did you use this, again?
But no,
It is
three
there.
columns means a part is shown in
It
the
is there,
picture. No,
but
no.
not necessary that you have to use the same thing. But fine, you did it.
A part of a classroom is shown, no? Maybe more than 3 columns also.
I don't know. You have to write. So, read that sentence again, listen carefully. Any unnecessary word, any excess word.
The picture shows children seated in columns of composite bench desk seaters.
Yeah.
They are arranged in 3 columns.
Go by part by part. For example, the picture shows children seated in columns of composite bench and desk. Okay? The picture shows children. And you are specifying the children. Who are the children? Children seated in columns of
Composite
yeah,
bench desk seaters. They are arranged in 3 columns.
Yeah, so an information is repeated here. Can you save it?
Columns.
Here also you made in columns. You are also saying here
Seated in 3 columns of. Can we write? Seated in 3 columns of
Ask
composite
them.
bench desk seaters.
Ask them. Did you notice that?
Suggest
You
us.
can say seated in columns. Next sentence says in 3 columns.
Shows
one
children
task-
seated in 3 columns of composite bench desk seaters. The picture shows children seated in 3 columns of composite bench desk seaters.
So that information is given already. So your sentence ends here.
Okay.
They are arranged in 3 columns, not necessary.
Not
You are
necessary.
repeating the invitation.
Okay.
So you can simply
Omit that line.
cut that line.
Okay.
Why give an information that is already given?
Given.
Yes. Then
There are only boys in the class.
there are only boys in the class.
Yes.
Okay.
The boys are in their uniforms.
Yes.
The teacher is seen standing in front of the classroom.
Yeah.
She is in blue saree.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Any problem? She is in blue saree.
She is in blue saree.
Let her be in blue saree. What's the problem?
She has curly hair and smiling face.
Okay.
She has curly hair and smiling face.
All right. Are you listening or not? So it is okay for you. There is no problem. I didn't see any hands raising. Good. Good. Anyway, continue.
The teacher is holding textbook in her hand. The teacher is holding textbook in her hand. The teacher is explaining the lesson. All children seem to be listening carefully.
Yeah. All children.
Seem to be listening carefully.
Ah. Any problem? All children seem to be listening carefully. Yes, madam. So all children is an information, a wrong information. Last row is not listening. Yeah, then that group thinks everybody is listening. So you can look at this place and also listen to a teacher. What do you say? They are saying all children are not listening. I know the picture. These are the pictures I collect from different schools, So she's a teacher working somewhere. In which part of the country, I don't know. Yeah. How do you change it? But that is not connected to grammar. Okay.
Yes.
It is a discourse error. We'll take up discourse error last. Okay.
Some children.
Yeah,
In the
like-
place of
like
all,
that.
we can write some children seem to be
But
listening
that is
carefully.
not a grammatical error.
Yes. Okay.
You can say all children. You can also say
It
some
is my
children.
own perception. Okay, all children are listening.
Yeah. So I am not entertaining discourse problem here. We are looking at sentence level errors only. Don't mix up. We'll come to that later. After completing all grammatical errors, checking them, we go for coherence, other features of discourse,
Arrangement.
everything. Next sentence.
I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly. We can see the smiling faces of the students.
I think there are two parts. Stop here and ask question. Stop here and ask the question.
I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly.
Yeah. In that part, do you find any word unnecessary or missing?
Very.
We are waiting for them. This will listen to the sentence.
Is there any unnecessary word here
Very
in this
good.
line?
This is how. After reading, you ask the question. Okay.
Is there any unnecessary word?
No.
I'll read it once again. I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly. Is there any unnecessary word? I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly.
It's okay or not? Very not needed.
Very not needed, I also.
Very interestingly. Suppose you write like that,
We can say.
you can say it's a perception.
Ah.
But if you write very interestingly, is it ungrammatical? Why? Hmm? What is the problem?
If you write in Telugu, how you write చాలా interesting గా చెప్తున్నారు అని రాస్తారు. You will write no? बहुत अच्छा.
You can say this is very interesting, but this is a comment on
Interestingly.
how she is doing it. So she is doing it very
Explaining.
interestingly. We are talking about an action. She is explaining. Explaining is an action. So you cannot say
She is
very
explaining
interestingly.
interestingly.
Or you have to say her explanation is very interesting. Her explanation is very interesting.
The class is very interesting.
Now we are talking about explanation. Therefore you can say very interesting. Madam, when I am saying something, you have to listen to that. I appreciate your point. So when you say her explanation, I can say her explanation is very interesting. But this is an action. She is explaining it
Interestingly.
very interestingly.
So very we can omit the word.
Not necessarily. You can keep that also.
We can keep that. Okay. We can see the smiling faces of the students. Why? Because we can see the smiling faces of the students.
Why? Because.
Means
Fine, carry on. It is very amusing for me. In Telangana, and was in some part of Karnataka, and also in Gujarat, people always say, why? Because, like this. And it is very common in Telangana. Why? Because. Yes or no? Why? Because. This is not good. Why? Because.
in our maths also maximum word. Why? Because
Why? Because.
we will use.
We'll talk about that later.
I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly. We can see the smiling faces of the students.
So let us look at now the other errors. So there are no sentence level errors. A few errors were there, but she identified herself. So our job was
Done.
less. Yeah. Now week 4, word level problems. This time teacher asked a question. Is there any problem with any word level? That is not the way. If there is something, you have to point out exactly. For example, if there is not the picture show, then you can say any problem with this word, but there is no problem here. So the teacher has to look for any word which is not in place. There is no any problem with the word level. No tense problem, no aspectual problem, no agreement problem, no prefix suffix problem. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we have completed checking grammatical errors. Okay. Grammar means grammar of sentence, grammar of word. Word also has an internal grammar. Okay. Because a word decides everything. In fact, a word decides the entire structure of the sentence. I'll give you an example. Okay, suppose you are listening to a word like give in any language, in Hindi, Telugu. Think about your language. Think about the word give. Okay? The moment you listen to the word give, your brain demands something. Questions like who? Who gives?
Who gives?
Who means something is missing here. Give what? Something is missing here. Giving what?
What?
And to whom? So give means there is someone to give something, someone to get that, and something to give also. So the whole structure is coming from the word give.
Give.
So whenever there is a word like give, it needs a position here. Who gives? What is given? And to whom it is given. He or I give a book to a teacher. Okay? This is there. Any word is like that. Okay? Eat. Again. Who ate?
Who will eat?
What eat?
What they will eat.
So all these ideas are inside the word give. It's very interesting. Words are very powerful. Okay, so let us look at the organization now. Is it written as a single paragraph or more than one paragraph?
3 paragraphs.
So how do you organize the paragraph? What will you write in the first paragraph?
Physical description of the
Let us
class.
see. Physical description. Yeah. What you see, that's a better way to communicate. What you see in the picture. What and who, both.
What and who.
What are the things you see in the picture and who are the people you see in it? 2 things. So look at this one. Everything is about that only. Yes, or
Yes,
no?
sir.
Up to this point, the teacher is standing. No, not that.
No, that is also physical
Yeah, that's
description.
what it is.
Last, second paragraph here.
Yeah.
Up to here.
The teacher is holding.
Textbook, that is action.
There is a word missing here. I missed it.
Holding a textbook. A
Holding?
textbook. A textbook.
A textbook. She knows it, but she doesn't write it. Yes or no? No. So the teacher is holding a
A textbook in her hand. The teacher is explaining the lesson.
So organization is okay. It is organized to 2 paragraphs. First, what you see in the picture,
Physical.
who are there, and second paragraph.
Action.
Okay, and
Third is perception.
perception. What is there?
Here, I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly. We can see.
Yeah.
that. Third
So-
paragraph is perception.
Exactly. This is what you think. So this is there. So it is structured properly. Discourse structure is perfect. 3 paragraphs. 1 paragraph, certain ideas. Second paragraph, certain ideas. Third. Now let us look at something more. There is something called coherence in discourse. Coherence means connectivity. And you get connectivity, look at your pad. What are the things that give coherence to your writing? Interconnectivity is called coherence. There are 3 things under that. Look at your notebook. What are the 3 things that give coherence? We are talking about coherence. Discourse is coherent. Discourse should have coherence. Because discourse is not different sentences. Sentences that are thematically, organically connected to one another. There is an inner connection. One sentence flows on to the next one, flows on to the third one, it goes like that. So, what are things under coherence? Look at your pen. Yeah, using appropriate pronouns wherever necessary. What next? Linkers. So, because, although, however, okay, all these are connectives that connects one thing with the other thing. So you have linkers or connectives. And one more thing, okay, no digression. When you are talking about classroom, complete ideas about classroom. That time don't talk about the teacher.
Yes.
When you are talking about the teacher, write about the teacher. That time don't talk about the classroom. So every sentence should be connected thematically, which not digress. So without digression. So if these things are there, you call that write-up has or that discourse has coherence. So let us do coherence here. The picture shows one part of a classroom with a teacher and students in it. No problem.
The room
The
is
room, a classroom, we are talking about the same room. Okay? The room is big in size. A table and chair. Here there is a problem with the morphology.
are placed.
A table and chair
Are placed
are placed. This is not discourse. I didn't notice that. So a
Are
table
placed.
and chair are placed. Okay?
beside the teacher.
A register, a chalk piece and a box.
Is are placed on the table.
The picture shows children seated in the columns of complete.
Composite bench desk
So
seaters.
discourse, there is some problem. When you write a description, check again and again, see whether you are repeating the same model of sentences or can you replace it in one way or the other. Thank you very much. I was trying to use this one. Sometimes I can be an idiot also. Most times I am an idiot. Okay. My grandchild tells me every time you are an idiot. And I believe that. Okay. Yeah, so
Here the picture
this will be instead of
are
R, okay,
a chalk piece.
yeah, a chalk piece. So you can here
Are
Yes.
placed.
are
Are placed.
So, okay. Now, look at the sentence. The picture shows.
Here also
Here
the
also you're
picture
getting,
shows.
The picture shows. So it
Got
affects
your
the
point,
style.
sir. I got your point.
This is called a style variation. You have to change the model of the sentence.
In the picture,
So how to
Can we
change
write-
the same idea, but don't use the same pattern.
in the picture, children seated in columns of composite bench desk seaters.
In the picture, children are seen seated, or we see children seated in the picture.
We can see
So you can replace this part
in the picture.
instead of,
The picture shows
or we can see.
we can see.
We can also see it.
We
We can see children seated in columns
of composite bench desk.
This also related to discourse. Read again.
We can see children seated in columns of composite bench desk seaters. They are arranged in 3 columns.
Yeah. Then what else?
There are only boys in the class.
Yes.
The boys are in their uniforms.
Okay.
There are only boys in the class.
How you learn?
The boys are in their uniforms.
Okay. There is a problem in discourse. Can anybody sense?
We can see only boys with their uniforms.
There are only boys in the class. There are only boys in the class. You are using the word boys. Again, you
The
are
boys,
saying
they are in their uniforms.
So, a discourse feature, what is that? Using pronouns. Use a pronoun where it is necessary.
They are.
So instead of saying boys again, you say
They are.
Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
How you edit, Editing has to be very systematic, organized. Your brain needs organization, categorization. A mix of information cannot be processed by the brain. Okay? Brain looks for patterns. Brain detects patterns very easily. It can create patterns also. Okay. So what do you say now?
There are only boys in the class. They are in their uniforms.
Instead of the boys again, you say they. Okay. This right, when you write, when you expand. Right. The teacher is seen standing in front of the classroom. She, very good. The teacher,
She is in blue
that
saree.
part is coherent.
She has curly hair and smiling face.
Next, hold on. The teacher is
The
holding
teacher is holding textbook in her hand.
a textbook.
A textbook in her hand.
Look at this one again. The teacher.
She is.
So you
she
need
is
a proper
explaining.
pronoun. Are you getting the point?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
She is explaining the lesson. All children seem to be listening carefully.
Yeah. Then,
I think the teacher is explaining very interestingly. We can see the smiling faces of
Yeah.
the children.
so we have checked for discourse. Now you go for writing conventions. Are there full stops, periods, commas, semicolon? capitalization, everything. Start from the beginning again. Yeah, remove all what I have written, it will be confusing. This time you are looking for writing conventions. Okay? What are writing conventions? Yeah, spelling, capitalizing, punctuations.
Full stop,
Everything.
periods.
So understand the process. First you complete sentence level errors, 3 errors. Okay? Only 3 types of errors.
Syntactical.
Then you go for word level errors, tense, aspects, agreement, suffix, prefix, everything. Then you go for
Coherence.
connectivity,
Connectivity.
whether it is coherent or not.
Coherent.
After that, you check all the writing conventions, spelling, capitalization, and don't spend time for correcting spelling in the classroom. Tell them there is a problem with the spelling here. Check, go and check at home. Make children accountable for their learning. So don't waste precious classroom time for correcting spelling. Spelling is a matter of, developing happens, through reading. So if you read, a lot of amount of reading is happening, that will correct your spelling. And most part of spelling is speculation. You guess spelling. If you don't know a spelling, you guess it. Yes or no? So spelling comes from familiarity. Right? And that can be strengthened. Spelling consciousness can be strengthened by reading, lot of reading. A quick test for you. Be ready with your pen. I am giving you a word, probably not familiar for you. Listen carefully. Let us check your spelling. Let us check your spelling. Are you ready? Listen carefully. I will say 3 times. By then you have to pick it up. The point I am trying to show is that spelling is a matter of familiarity. If you are familiar, you will get the spelling. If you are not familiar, you will not get the spelling. Okay? We are going for spelling. Listen. Floxy-nosy-nihilipilification. 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 Last time.
That word.
Floxy-nosy-nihilipilification. Floxy-nosy-nihilipilificating attitude. He has a floxy-nosy-nihilipilificating attitude.
We didn't hit the words.
Never
Listen
mind.
first time.
Look at the first part. You guessed.
Floxy.
Floxy. What was your spelling? Floxy? Very good. You said F-L-O. O. I'm saying flow. Therefore you guessed O.
C.
And
X,
you
Y.
said X.
Why?
Here you write either
I
or Y. One of these. Y. Floxy. You are connecting with a familiar sound X and the letter is X. Okay, how do you spell accident?
ACC.
You know that word also, but you didn't think about that. This word is in fact F-L-O-C-C-I. Floxy. It's pronounced exactly the same thing. Floxy. But you don't know, therefore you guessed the nearest possibility. Nosy. Who says next part? Nosy. Madam. No? Yeah, nosy. Actually spells like this. N-A-U-C-I. Nosy. So you get floxy, nosy, nihili.
Nihili.
Nihili. Pili. Floxy, nosy, nihili, pili. Fication. Okay. That part is familiar. Beautification. Yes or no? Electrification. F-I-C-A-T-O-N. Actually, this word means no, no, no. All these words mean no only. Floxy means no. No, 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 no. This is an attitude. Some people say, what is life? It is meaningless. Okay? What is money? Meaningless. What is life? Meaningless. Everything is meaningless. There is a philosophy also like that. It's called nihilism. Nihilism. The nihilist philosophers say the whole life is meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Okay? Teacher training, meaningless. Okay. English, what is there in English? Meaningless. So if somebody has this attitude, we will say he has a floxy nosy nihili pilificating attitude. So that's a digression. So let us now look for writing conventions. Okay. Look at this sentence again. The picture shows one part of the classroom with a teacher and the students in it. There is a full stop, no problem. Okay. The room is very big in size.
Full stop again.
A
A
table
chair
and
and a
chair
chair.
is
Yes.
placed beside the, and it becomes R. Table. There is a full stop. The picture shows children seated in columns of composite bench. Composite bench desk seaters. You need
Hyphen.
a linker.
Hyphen.
Bench desk to be connected with a hyphen.
Okay.
They are
Seaters.
arranged in 3 columns.
Full stop.
Look at this one. Please attend very carefully. This is a common error for most teachers, even who are teaching in colleges. The picture shows children seated in columns of composite desk and bench. Seaters, they are arranged in 3 columns. Okay. So you are talking about the picture showing all these things. So here you are used, either you have to use a full stop, but meaning wise this part is connected to that. So here you can use a semicolon.
Semicolon also.
You are explaining that sentence again.
Okay.
So a comma is not possible. A full stop can be used, but because idea wise this is a continuation, therefore you can put a
Semicolon.
So how do you choose between a full stop and a semicolon? This part may be very weak for teachers, quite likely. Okay. One reason is that we always go for individual sentences.
Yes.
There is no any opportunity to connect them together and go for a discourse, like an essay, paragraph writing. Actually, that word is meaningless, paragraph. Everything has a paragraph. A story has a paragraph, a poem has a paragraph, letter has a paragraph. You have to say short essay. Essay and short essay. Paragraph is a short essay. That is in this discourse name. Anyway, here the boys are in their uniforms. The teacher is seen standing in front of the classroom.
Full stop.
Sentence ends here. She.
Capital letter.
So this has to be
Capital.
big letter,
Big letter.
blue saree,
Again she.
again she,
Mm.
smiling face. Right? So you check for notations. Are you using spelling, punctuation, capitalization, everything? Do you understand now the process?
Yes.
5 groups have written the same product but differently. Same picture, you worked in groups. So one group product is edited, but there are other group also. Yes or no? What shall we do? That product is to be refined again. Getting information from this, you apply that to other discourse also. So the remaining products are to be distributed to students again. They have to share it, exchange it. For example, group 1 can share their discourse after editing to next group. They can exchange to theirs. So they will be sharing. So today you are going to do it. And Mendes will see that the groups are working on their product, editing it except one group, except this group. Okay? Because their work is already completed, but your works are not edited. Yes or no? So how do you do it? Today you share your description to the next group, and they will give that to you, and the Mendes will decide who to send what. And you have to monitor. Mendes, please monitor that. Yesterday only Taskin did that. Only Taskin did that. I appreciate Taskin's work. Other Mendes did not do anything. Right? Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So let us recall the process now. Huh? Yeah. Have a tea break. Come back. We'll have the continue. Yeah. Take attendance. Shall we break? Have your tea. Relax. Take exercise and come back. Okay? She was talking about categorization. We'll come back. Take the mic. Take the mic.
Good morning, every teachers here. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. This is a small activity I just wanted to do with due respect and permission from sir. Uh, please listen to my instructions carefully. Put down your pens, books, everything. Sit straight. Please sit straight. Relaxed. Yes? I am going to do something on the board. Close your eyes, everyone. Close your eyes. Listen to my instructions. Open your eyes. 1 second I am giving you. Just say this. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many are these? Right? Stop. Tell me the number. Anyone? 22. One more answer. Anyone? Okay. The thing here is, same thing. Same thing. How many are these now? 20. So response here, which was faster? First one or second one? Why? Sequence. Order. Like sir said, I was focusing on this. Categorization. So anything which is in order, organized, our brain will catch it. For longer time, we can retain it, and it is in, if it is in sequence, pattern, and organized. Right? So only to explain that, I took permission from sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So for the teachers, for the students also, we do this activity to show them how it should be. Anything should be organized. First of all, pattern is there, as sir said, right? Categorization word. So I thought I would like to share with you all. So thank you for that.
Yeah. So from the very first day onwards, we are producing discourses. The reason, why are we focusing on discourse? I repeat the question every time. Why are we going for discourses? Teacher, why do we go for discourses? Why? Why connected speech? Is it clear for everyone? Any other reason? I gave a very strong reason, but you did not register that. These are all bonus points. Okay. That's also extensions. What is the original reason for switching over to discourse? See, this is the problem. What is essential, you leave it out and you go for all the related things. The essential point is language can survive only as discourses. We are language teachers. You cannot teach language breaking language. Yes or no? So language means connected speech. Not words, not sounds, not even sentences. Language cannot exist in discrete sounds, letters, words and sentences. A word has a meaning, but that doesn't communicate. Yes or no? I am saying 10 words. Teacher, training, organization, workshop, holiday. It doesn't communicate anything, but every word has a meaning. I say 10 sentences. Every sentence is connected, meaningful, but they do not communicate. I've seen even in YouTube channels, people give lessons, paragraph writing. So paragraph about railway station. The traditional model is teacher gives a model, everybody copies that. Yes or no? Yes. And in that model, the teacher gives a model, and that model itself is, not good. Because teacher gives, railway station gives 10 sentences, number 1, number 2, number 3. It is not a discourse, because there is no coherence. Each sentence is 10 sentences about railway station, but are these sentences interconnected? No. So within the paragraph, why should we number that? Well, she was writing on the board, she was putting bullets like this. We are looking at everything distinctly, because that is our practice. So we never approach, throughout our career, throughout our education, we never approach language seriously. So we never approach language as discourses. A very simple point, language survives, exists only as discourses. In print media, I don't consider textbooks print media. Print media means magazines, newspapers, all these things, where you don't find any disconnected words. Everything has a context. Nameable things. A newspaper, you find letters, articles, news bulletins, interviews. Yes or no? Yes. All connected speech. And that is why SCRT has given you the list of discourses. Okay. So why discourses? Why we go for discourses? Language means connected speech. Yes or no? So we have to focus on the production of discourse, not reproduction of ideas. This is the second valid point. You can acquire language only by producing discourses. So language means discourses, and you learn language only by producing discourses. Therefore, even in lower classes, even in LKG, you give a rhyme. Don't ask child to memorize and reproduce it, but give questions so that child can create her own rhymes. An LKG student can create her own songs if you go for the right process. So as teachers, I am giving you the process of how to generate very simple poems. Okay, some patterns are given to you, patterns, right. We went for, profile writing, we went for writing about family, conductor interview. Interview is a higher level, okay. We start interview in 8th class, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, you need interview, okay. So, today we entered another area of discourse called picture description. The process is, you begin with a whole class picture description. What is the meaning of whole class? Because all of us are contributing ideas to describe a picture. The first picture we used. Then we are using a thematically connected another picture, which was given to groups. Yes or no? And you were in small teams, you applied the process of learning and you transferred that to this picture. That is the work you have done now. Yes or no? After that, what we do? We ask all the groups to present. In the classroom, physically they have to see. They cannot use WhatsApp. So in the classroom, what do they have to do? Write all the discourses in the chart paper. So you give a chart sheet to every group. All the discourses will be here. All the descriptions will be here. Here we are not doing it. One reason, you are teachers. Second reason, we want to save paper. Okay. And third reason, start using technology to develop yourself. Okay. And you can save time also. So you will apply the process, editing process, edit your product. I am telling the group, and the monitors, mentors have to take care of that. So within the group, edit the group work, then share with other members, refine it. You get a better product. So in the classroom context, all the groups will be presenting. Teacher edits one product, other products are redistributed to groups. Children will work in groups for editing. The advantage of editing is that, see, Within 16 days, systematic editing 2 or 3 times enough. All syntactic errors will be eliminated. Follow editing systematically for 16 days. Editing may be just 2 or 3 products enough. But after that, there is no grammar errors. Word level errors means tense errors, aspects, everything. It takes 45 to 60 days. And spelling errors might take lifelong unless you read. Right? So your grammar becomes strong. Any student, within 45, 60 days, your brain should start responding. If you continue teaching grammar, you are teaching grammar in lower classes to degree classes. Again, you are teaching the same thing. Yes or no? In high school, you teach grammar. Intermediate level, you teach grammar. In degree class also, you teach grammar. And nobody learns grammar. Yes or no? And the grammar you learn it is not useful. See the damage happening in our system. You know, we are doing things that are not necessary for children, not useful for children, and they cannot use English in their life. Okay. So after the groups are presenting, we ask questions. Did you organize it properly? Are there any errors in it? Okay. Then teacher also prepares a, suppose you are asking a picture description, it is mandatory that the teacher also writes a description. If you ask me to write a story, the teacher should write a story. Otherwise, how will teachers develop? It is very comfortable, you know. Teacher can write an essay. Teacher never writes an essay. Have you written a story yourself? A poem yourself? Very few teachers do that. So whatever work you are doing, after groups are working on that, after presentation by the group, we go for the presentation by the teacher. We call it the teacher's version. The same picture, one group has one version, another group has another version. Yes or no? They are not copying the same model. There will be changes. So the teacher also is a co-learner. A co-learner. In DOP, teacher is a co-learner. Working with children, you also learn. Yes or no? You know that teacher learns everything, knows everything, and children do not know. No, that's not that. It is reciprocal. Okay. So teacher's description of this picture, I am going to show you. What the teacher wrote or what I wrote here at your level. Okay. This was the picture given to you. You worked in groups. And here, look at this one. In discourse editing, you have to ask a question, did you give a title? Did you give a title to your work? Your group. Classroom interaction scene. Okay, you need a title. So here I have given the title, a photo shoot. A photo shoot. I will read out. Some of the ideas will be there in your writing. Some ideas may be new. Yes or no? So listen to me. We see the part of a classroom in this picture. There are many students and a young teacher in the class. The theme of the picture, one sentence. You go for the details. There are more than 24 students in the class. And all of them are boys. You are at the same idea, but you are in a different way. That is also right, this is also right. So children should get different styles of writing. I am introducing a different style of writing here. There are more than 24 students in the class, and all of them are boys. See how the sentence is framed. They are seated in rows of two-seater benches arranged in 3 columns with 2 narrow aisles between. 3 row columns, 2 aisles. You understand the idea? Aisles, pathway, passage. 3 columns, in between there are 2, what do you call it? Aisles. Aisles. In airplane you see aisles in between. In bus you see aisle. So what is an aisle? A passage. So this will be a new information for you, yes or no? So you are talking about columns. What is in between? Look at how it is said here. Okay. They are seated in rows of two-seater benches arranged in 3 columns with 2 narrow aisles in between. A description should communicate and the listener, reader should be able to get the mental picture of that. This is the purpose of description. Okay? The teacher's table and her chair are seen in front of the class, in front of the row of students. Did you mention about teacher's table? Which group? What was your sentence? Not your. Yeah, what did you write about teacher's table?
There is a teacher's table in front of the students which has duster and
Yeah, in front of the students. But where? There are 3 columns.
left side.
So it to specify.
Yes.
Okay, don't make it vague. So describe exactly what you see in the picture. So more information is needed there. Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, the teacher's table and her chair are seen in the class in front of the row of students. On the left side of the classroom. There are few books, a duster and a chalk piece on the table. Did you give that information? All of you? How many of you raise your hand? Very good. Okay. Some students have kept their books on their desk. Not information. However, see a connective. However, only a few of them have kept the book open. So you can visualize, yes or no? All the books are, but only few of them have kept it open. So look at the picture closely. How do you capture that information? Right. However, a connective, okay? However, only a few of them have kept the book open. We don't find any windows in the classroom. The teacher is in her sari and blouse. You have written all right. Her profile reveals, profile. What is profile? Side view. You cannot see the front view of the teacher, you are getting the side view. So you call it a profile. Her profile reveals that she is young and graceful. Okay. So look at this one. The teacher is holding an open book in her hand. It seems she is trying to read from it. It seems, we are not sure. So when you are not sure about that something, use word like seems, it appears, okay. Only some students are looking at her. Yes or no? Your point. Okay. Others are pausing for the camera. Look at the picture closely. They are very clearly pausing for the camera. Let's look at that picture once again. See, he's pausing. He's pausing. See, straight line, nothing. It's not a natural photograph. It's only a photo shoot. That's why given the scene, it's a photo shoot. See, he's pausing, he's pausing, he's pausing, he's pausing. They are all pausing for the camera. So is it natural photograph or taken? Actually, you have to take, one more sentence which I left out. Always look, which point of view is given. For example, are you looking at the class from the front side, or are you looking at the teacher from the back side? Can you imagine where the camera is? Is it that back side, where? It is viewed from one corner. This part is a corner. Okay? So maybe the corner cameraman is here. Okay. Right? So this is an angular view of the camera. You are looking from the front side, from the left side, kind of thing. So you can also mention that also. If you are looking for a photograph, from which angle, which part this photo has been taken. Sometimes you can take a view like this, an aerial view. So always picturize the position of the camera, from which perspective you are looking at the scene. It's a higher level, but you can try to think about that. Okay. So let us look at the next sentence. Only some students are looking at her, others are pausing for the camera. A boy sitting in the frontmost row is holding a pen as if he is marking something in the textbook. Do you notice a boy writing something? But you didn't write about that. Yeah. It's good. It appears that neither the teacher nor the students are in their natural setting. Probably a photo shoot may have taken place. They are guessing. They pause for the camera. Possibly. As is evident from the postures of the students and their body language. So how do you capture the information and put into sentence? Right. So you have a small question here. Please reflect on the following. Do you find any ideas in this description that you have not written? Yes or no? Can you mention one idea that you have not written? Madam, say. About the number of students. Only that? Anything else? Yes?
Some students have opened their textbook.
No. Only some of them open the book. Books are not mentioned. So a teacher's version gives additional information to the students. They can compare, so as she said, we saw that, noticed that, but we didn't write that. Probably also will think, we wanted to write but did not know how to write. It's also a reason, no? We want to write something, but you don't know how to write. Therefore you left it out. Why invite trouble? So this is, you are reflecting on it, and this is how learning happens in your mind. Okay, you reflect, I thought about that, I wrote the same idea. You have been thinking, yes or no? And this is what is called intrapersonal intelligence. You are reflecting on your own work and compares your work with this work. Yes or no? So this is not a model, this is another version. This is also good, that also is good, but you are looking at it from a different point of view. That's all. So this is all input for the brain, your mind. Intrapersonal intelligence, you start thinking, okay, we wanted to write this idea we did not write, or we wrote in a different way. So, nice music, plus please put on silent mode. Please put your mobile phone on silent mode. Please, I do that, okay? Are there any ideas that you have written but are not included in this write-up? Some of the ideas you have written but I have not written. Any idea like that? Any group? Does the group have any idea which the groups have written but I haven't written? Yeah, which one?
All the students are in a uniform.
In the uniform. This idea you have written but I have not written. I don't remember. He says, let us see. Maybe. Yeah, there is no uniform mentioning. Okay. Yeah, like that. So always it is like that. No? Sometimes these ideas are, some of them are there in students' writing. Some ideas students wrote are there in teachers' writing. So you get more ideas now. Yes or no?
Some students wear specs.
Specs. Yeah, see, like that. So if teacher is asking, okay, are there any ideas in my write-up which you have not written? They always, okay, teacher knows everything, so teacher can write more ideas. But the second question is more important. Have you written anything which I have not written? Yes. Yeah. So if you ask a question like that, that group, that student feels happy. We wrote an idea, even the teacher did not write that. Okay? They feel very honored. So go democratically. Sometimes your ideas are there, sometimes their ideas are not there. So this is called teacher's version. Yes or no? I assigned you a work to write a picture description. I am the facilitator. My responsibility is that I should write a description myself. And I have done that. If you ask your children to write something, your responsibility, you also should write yourself. Yes or no? So who will grow? Who will grow? Who will grow in that process? Both students and also teachers. Because you are not used to writing discourses. You are used to teaching passages. You are used to teaching grammar. You are not used to writing discourses yourself. Yes or no? That is why teachers depend on YouTube. Somebody is given a model, everybody follows the same model. Teacher gives a model, everybody writes the same model. I hope you understand. Now, whole class description, group description, next stage is individual. We are not doing today, but I will share this in the WhatsApp. This is your homework, but I will show you the picture. You will be getting. This also is a classroom. Okay? This picture will be sent to you. Okay, in WhatsApp. This is also a classroom. There are students, there is a teacher. Okay? And try to describe this picture. We will send you in WhatsApp group this picture with some questions. What do you think the picture is about? Okay? Then what would you like to say about the things you see in it? What ideas do you get about the people see in it? Okay? Look at the students. There are boys, girls, slightly grown up, not very small children. Yes or no? And you are looking at the classroom from which side? That is the back side. So where are we now when you look at it? We are looking at the class from the front side. Okay? Yes or no? So we have a front side view of the classroom. We are looking at this side. Yes or no? Yes. So this picture will be sent to you in WhatsApp. What are the people doing? Have you ever seen schools conducting classes under trees? Have you ever conducted classes under the trees? This I took from a paper report, okay? And that is a very funny report. That headmaster of the school rented out all the classrooms. He gave for rent, others are using it, and he is conducting classes outside. A headmaster, there are empty space in the classroom, so he gave these rooms for rent, and collected rent. So somebody using the rooms, and the headmaster is getting money, and classes are conducted in the outside, Not this class. I didn't show that picture. This is a village school, people dropped out from schools, okay? Yeah, dropped out. That's why you get different age groups. There are small children also. Yeah, senior students, because these are dropouts. So these are dropout students, okay, picked up from different parts and put together, and some social agency has doing that. Anyway, so you can write this picture description yourself, yes or no? Yes or no? You have to write individually, then put in the group. Okay? And the mentors will give you feedback. So we have learned how to write a picture description. You are in the process of learning. Yes or no? So next time look at the picture, you think, what are the things? Who are the people? Then you talk about, what next? First you write about what things you see, who are the people, and what will you write next? What their actions are, what are they doing? And finally, your reflections, your perception, your opinion on that. So every picture generates this idea in your mind. Suppose you are giving one model description, ask to copy, it doesn't work. Now you know how to look at a picture and how to generate ideas. Yes or no? And this is given to the brain, to your mind. I am addressing your mind. Okay? So language works in the mind. And I have tools that have access to your mind. Yes or no? Yes. So today, mentors should take care of this. They will be writing individual description, remind them, ask questions, and collect it, okay? And then give feedback to that, to all of them. Feedback in terms of discourses, okay? That's all. Where is Nasir? Can you call him? I told you I can give a printout, but then I wanted to save paper. That's why. Start using a WhatsApp. Use your gadgets. Okay. If you are so keen, I will give a printed paper also. But then you think yourself, is it necessary or not? If you think no, you are not very comfortable with the WhatsApp, then you will give a copy. Please manage to use. Okay. If children, we have to give them a worksheet to them for everyone. But you are teachers, So you are using phones, you are using smartphones, and give WhatsApp messages also. So no. Now see, I want to get him. Switch off.
with my students. I love them.
Listen to a small narrative on this teacher. So, hope you catch some information. So, what is the name of the teacher, sir? NEIEA. Very good. Okay. What does she teach? Science. Please, let us listen to others, So, madam, she teaches science. In which classes does she teach? In primary classes. I am happy you are able to catch the audio. And how does she behave with students? No, please don't say the answer together. I am unhappy about that. I will ask specifically to students. Right? I am tracking you. Every day I am observing you. I know who you are. And every day I know what changes are happening in you. You are my students, yes or no? You are my students. You are my children. That way. So, I will ask this teacher, okay? Yeah. So, how does she behave with her students? You can sit and talk. She is very friendly with her students. Okay. Yeah. She got that? Teacher is very friendly. So, what does the principal say about that? Does the principal like that? So, what was the principal saying?
She was.
If you can't say in English, say in mother tongue. Yeah.
Good.
Say in Telugu.
Good.
What does the teacher tell her? You want to say? Okay. Listen to her. Chappandi.
Principal is telling is not more in the friendly.
Yeah. Don't behave so friendly with a keep a distance.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, what was NEIEA thinking about that? She said, no, this is not good. NEIEA, this is not good. What's the problem if you are friendly? What the principal says. If you are friendly, there is a problem. Can anybody say what the problem is? Teacher, you have to say. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think?
Class going to be disturbed. Principal wants to be strict and disciplined.
That's true. But what will be the consequence, result, if you are very friendly?
They will take that as a lenience.
Okay, take a lesson. But one
They
sentence
won't
was used there. Do you recall that? They won't listen to you. You lose control over the class. Okay? Okay. So this is what principal says. Why did he say so? Principal, he say? Say about the principal. He is very friendly. He is a strict disciplinarian. Only discipline the class. Even if children do not learn anything, but should be disciplined. Yes, yes. So, how does NEIEA respond to that? Reflect on that. What is her reflection? Yeah, my students are getting good marks. So why should I change? What is wrong if I am friendly? So you have got all the in the narrative. So listen to that once again. Okay? And if at all anything is left out, you will catch it. Could you play it once again? The audio is very volume slightly decreased. It is echoing.
This is NEIEA. She teaches science in primary classes. All students love her. She is friendly with all students. NEIEA, if you treat your students as friends, they will never listen to you. sometimes the principal would caution her. The principal was a strict disciplinarian. All teachers and students were scared of him. But Neelima was not ready to change her approach. All my students are good at science. What is wrong if I am friendly with my students?
Yes.
I love them.
Yeah. So let us have an interaction on this narrative. Okay. So you are all teachers. Okay. Are you on the side of Neelima or on the side of the principal? Say why? I don't know. Let us discuss. Let us find out. You have to justify why you are on a certain side.
Why should we like that?
You.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to support the Neelima in the narration.
You are on the side of Neelima. So that means you are also friendly with your.
Because if you are friendly with the students, they will express their ideas very freely. They never scared of the teacher.
Listen to him. He says, if you are friendly, that is an advantage. They will listen to you every time. Right?
Listen to you. They express their ideas very
Do you all
freely.
agree with that? Does anyone any other opinion on that? Want to say? He says, if you are very friendly, that is better. Children will listen to you. Stop that.
Yes, I agree with that, sir. I will agree with that. If
You agree-
teacher is
you will agree
moving
with
friendly
it.
with
Okay.
the student, they will express their ideas and listen.
And this lady has something else to say. Let us listen to her. Get to me. She says both are good. That means you have to be strict and you also have to be friendly. Explain yourself.
Yes, sir. As a principal, he have to strict. Why
Principal
means
has to be
otherwise their
strict.
students they won't listen.
What do you mean by discipline?
Discipline. They have to follow this classroom instructions and rules.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. These are very important questions today. Yesterday, a few days back, there was a news report, okay, something that happened in Karnataka. A 5th class girl was asked to stand before the class facing the board, and she was stripped, her clothes were removed, shaming her body. She did not do, she talked in the class. So she had to write, I will not talk in the class, I will not talk in the class, many times on the board. And she was asked to stand like this. And her clothes were removed by the teacher. What do you think about that teacher? Is it an offense or not? It's an offense. Is it a punishable offense? Yes or no? Yes. So she should be arrested. That teacher should be arrested and put in jail. Do you agree or disagree? How can you shame a girl? See how bad it will affect her personality development. Yes or no? Humiliated, insulted before her classmates. We are covering our clothes, and the teacher is forcefully removing the clothes, removing her skirt, and she is standing in the undergarments, 5th class girl, little girl, but she has her own sense of dignity, honor, yes or no? I should say that teacher should be put in jail throughout her lifetime. Those teachers should never see children again. Some months back, when the schools were running, there was a report from one of the states. You are getting noon meal. Food is provided at home in government schools. Yes or no? Noon meal feeding is there. Rice or something is given. There is a ration for that. So in one of the schools, in primary schools, that principal was supplying only 2 chapatis and a pinch of salt for children. Nothing else. Looting the entire money. There is money, okay, but then instead of buying rice and rice is given out of ration. He does not have to buy it from the market. It is given from depot, food depot, right? but then looting the money and the poor children are starving, eating just dry chapati with a pinch of salt. Cruelty, yes or no? And that principle is supported by some political parties. There are people to support him also. This is our country. Right? And department will get an explanation from him. He says maybe the cook was not ready, some reason he can give. Today we could not cook properly because the cook was not ready, something of that kind of thing. And a warning is given. Can we stop with a warning? Can we stop with a warning or yes or no? No. Okay, so your attitude to children should be friendly or like a disciplinarian?
Friendly.
Like a Hitler? Friendly. So, do all agree with him? If you are friendly, you have better communication with the students. Yes or no? Or do you have any other opinion about that? Does anyone have any other idea? She said another point. Okay, the principal has to be very strict and teachers have to be friendly. This is your idea. Principal has to be very strict. Otherwise, there will be no discipline in the classroom. But then, the teachers have to be very friendly. Do you agree with her? Do you agree with this teacher, who says the teachers have to be friendly, but then the principal has to be very strict? How many of you agree with her? Yourself. You have at least one supporter. What about others? Please talk, Madam, what's your name? Sunida. Sunida believes that principal has to be very strict because there has to be discipline, but the teachers have to be friendly. Do you agree or do you disagree? Don't look at others. I am asking directly to every one of you. Teacher, what is your opinion? You comment on this statement, Sunida's opinion. So you comment on Sunida's, viewpoint and justify why you think so.
Friendly nature is sometimes better, sir. Teacher friendly nature with students sometimes is better, sir. But always she feel friendly nature. Some students are not listening her words, sir.
Have you experienced it any time?
Means sometimes if you give the friendly nature always, they make lenience, sir.
No, that's fine. I am asking you a question. Have you experienced any time that children were misbehaving because you were friendly? Yes or no? Otherwise you are saying hypothetically, if you do like this, this will be happening. Is it hypothetical, imaginary, or are you saying from your experience? Teacher, are you saying from your experience?
Yes, sir.
Then narrate an incident.
Generally, I think like that, sir.
Don't generalize. Be very specific. Your statement is, I am not going to spare anybody. Okay? Your statement is, sometimes it is necessary to become very strict. Otherwise, students may misbehave. Right?
Yes, sir.
Are you saying in a generalized statement hypothetically, or are you talking from your own experience?
General statement, sir.
We don't want general statement. Talk from your experience. How are how is your behavior with students?
I am saying like that in my experience means actually I am doing like that, sir. Sometimes I give friendly nature and sometimes I giving seriousness. Means
Give an anecdote.
whenever while starting in my class, I feel I make some serious, sir. Because if not there, some last bench students they make some noises like that, sir.
Okay. So you are talking about last bench students and front
Not
bench
only
students.
launch bench students, sir.
Wait. Let me understand what you say. So you are saying, what is these things? Anyway, so there is a last bench here and front bench here. Is this a permanent seating or do you change these positions anytime?
Sir?
Your last benches, front benches, are they permanently sitting there or do they change their seats anytime?
Sometimes changes, sir. Changes will be happening, sir.
So there are
sometime.
no back benches. Don't contradict. If you say there are back benches, that means every time they sit at the back benches. Or do you bring sometimes they also to front side, send them
Yes,
to
sir.
back side?
Sometimes changes their places also, sir.
Sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Then how can you call them back benches then? Okay, can you specify an event, an anecdote, something that really happened where you decided, okay, I have to be strict with students. It's my problem. I was very friendly. This happened. Can you narrate an incident? One specific context?
No, sir.
No. Okay, let us listen to somebody else. Pass the mic to him. First of all, tell, are you a strict disciplinarian or are you friendly with students?
I'm very friendly with my students, sir. I used to friendly with my students' behave. I have one incident in this year. I was shocked at the time because the fifth class standard students, they came to me, told a story. The story is a crying window.
Okay.
After listening the story, I was shocked. The story is everybody going to the window, they are crying because of they are remembering the friends and they missing parents, and they used to call to them, but we are rejected that their request.
Yes.
So they came, sir. Everybody, the one of my student, that Saket, his name, and he told that, sir, I want to give the name of that one incident that he wrote about their experience. That window, everybody goes to that window and they're crying.
Yes.
So he used to give I was shocked about the incident, his writing. So he write a story and came to, oh sir, just one, read it, sir. So after reading that, he express his feeling by the story. The students, and they gave the story name A Crying Window.
Oh, very good.
Everybody is fifth class students, and everybody
Very
went
good.
there and they're crying.
Yeah, did you hear that, no? How a child was writing a story and then everybody was crying after reading that. And you have narrated that. So my suggestion for you, please write that story which you narrated orally, write the script of the story and put in the WhatsApp group.
This is not my story. It's
but
written by my student.
You are
one of-
talking about that incident.
Okay.
What you narrated here, your experience, write that only. Stories is only, but you are talking about that experience.
Okay.
Narrate your experience and write in script and put that in the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, let us listen to some other teachers to decide whether you have to be strict or friendly with the learners.
The student gave the story because I am the friendly. Because of the
Yeah, I
friendly, they
understand.
gave and came that.
Otherwise, they will not disclose.
Discourse.
They took you into confidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, they trust the teacher, right? In fact, children trust the teachers more than they trust their parents.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because we are working in the residential school, sir. We are act as a local parent.
Yeah.
Must be behave like a friends.
And there
Sometimes as a parents, sometimes we will be
And
very
there is a
strict.
paradox. Even small children, they trust teachers. The teachers never trust children. The system does not trust children. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
But we felt sometimes we are doing some offense
See, the system,
about that
the
childhood.
school, the institutions, the teachers do not trust. That is why when you write public examination, board examination, lot of invigilation. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Strict supervision. Right? Because you don't trust them. You don't trust. You fear that perhaps they might copy.
But all we residential school teachers, we felt that we are doing some offense about their children's. But it is better to take the children from 8th class or 7th class, because they are very very little children. came to residential, they are missing the
I
parents.
agree with you. Okay, especially it's not good that you are depriving the childhood days of the
Yes, sir.
small children. A fifth class student is only just 10 years or 10 plus. Okay,
You can't adjust that
So
atmosphere.
he needs the parental care, attention, love, everything, and the teachers do not treat these students with love and affection.
Not
Some of them, but not all of them.
we are taking, but not, it is not possible to all the students. We care of only few of them.
I know. I have stayed in Asambarthi. It's like here. Residential School Survey, TRIS survey.
Yeah, yes.
I stayed for 2 years there. I had another quarters in Hasanbatti, Warangal. I stayed there. That's a girls' school. So I have observed how teachers behave with the students, how cruelly they behave with. Once I scolded a PET teacher in Survey. The dining hall is far away. It's a very large campus, and the classes began. And the small children, 5th class, 6th class, did not get the breakfast on time. They had to wait to get the breakfast. Okay? So naturally they delayed. They delayed because their breakfast was delayed. So when they are approaching the classroom, the PT was standing there with a cane, asking, okay, why you very late? These poor children, small children, tried to explain, but he was brutal, with them.
Waiting.
Not only beat, he asked them to put the hands between the legs and sit like this, like the frog shape. Okay? I took a photograph of that photo and asked the teacher, now you stand like this. You are asking children to sit like this. First you demonstrate how to sit. I am going to report. Some teachers do like that, some teachers do not do that. And bringing discipline to the school is always the duty of the PET. He's a physical education teacher and his trademark is a stick, a cane.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere. I think you are all very unhappy about it. Happy or unhappy? While I was working with Kerala government, I asked ministry to send an instruction. Teachers should use pointers but not sticks to read something on the board. Very light pointers with which you cannot beat. Right? Yeah. So let us come back to the NEIEA story. So there is going to be a tension between NEIEA and the principal. Because principal wants her to be strict. Do you think NEIEA will change?
No.
Yeah. So why do you think that NEIEA will not change? Principal wants her to be strict. So my question to you is, will NEIEA change her attitude?
No.
If you say no, why do you think so? They are getting, this is what Neelima says.
When we are free with the children, we are getting free responses from them.
Yeah. No, I am saying, will Neelima change or not? What do you think about that?
No.
She may not change. So if she doesn't change, will the principal allow Neelima to continue her friendly nature? She will say this again. Yes or no? So there is going to be a conflict, a tension between principal and the
Teacher.
Neelima. Have you ever experienced a tension between you and your HM or principal? Any occasion?
No, sir.
Have you
Our
ever
principals
experienced a
know my
tension?
problems, our problems.
Huh? Directly. My question is there a tension, a conflict between you and your boss, supervisor? Want to say? No tension. You are afraid of even talking about that. Right?
No, sir.
Okay. You are friendly with your HM. Okay, very good. But do you think all teachers have the same privilege?
If there any incident happened in the
Schools,
school,
all schools? At least Nilima school is different. So there are principals, okay, and teachers are scared of that person. And there can be a tension between the principal and the some teacher, because the teacher is not willing to listen to the principal. So a tension is going to build up between principal and the Nilima. Yes or no? All right. Let us listen. Let us read what will be happening after that. Okay. No, that's not now. So. Okay, so there is, I'll repeat what I said, there is already a tension between the principal and the main character, that is Nilima, because Nilima is very friendly, principal does not like that. So let us listen to one more narrative to understand it better. Okay? Click the second track. This also an audio track, just listen to that. Let's try to understand more about Nilima.
Neelima was sitting in the staff room. She was going through the homework done by her students. Madam, she heard the voice of Shekhar, the school attendant. What's the matter, Shekhar? Madam, the principal sir is calling you. She hurried to the principal's room. May I come in, sir? Yes, come in. She entered the room. Miss Neelima, tomorrow onwards you have to teach English in class 8. Sir, I have never taught English till now. I am from Telugu medium background. So what? We have a shortage of teachers in English. Neelima stood in front of principal without knowing what to do next. An unknown fear was haunting her. So, she called the principal in a feeble voice. What now? So, I don't know whether I will be able to teach English, but I'll try to teach science in English. You will have to do it. You will have to do it. Anyway.
Between teacher and the principal. What is that? Yeah. The principal has asked her to do something. What is that? Say exactly. Teach English. Yeah, I am asking, madam. When somebody responds, allow them to speak. I have a reason why I am asking to some teachers. So please don't disturb. Yeah.
Principal said to the Neelima, you teach tomorrow onwards for 8th class English.
8th class English. All right. So what was Neelima saying about that? Would you like to say? Give the mic to her.
She never taught English.
She never taught English. Yes. So why is the principal asking her to teach English? Why is he asking? The reason? You tell. Why is the principal asking Neelima to teach English? Allow her to think, You can say in any language. Why did the principal ask her to teach English? Neelima is a science teacher. Yes.
Shortage of English teachers.
Shortage of English teachers. Okay? Probably. In your school also sometimes there may be shortage. Some post may be vacant. Yes or no? And maybe some contract teachers will be working, or sometimes they may join late. These are all typical about all government schools. Okay? Yeah. So what was Neelima trying to tell the principal? Give the mic backside to this lady. Yes, sir. The context is principal asked her to teach English. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So what did Neelima tell the principal about it?
She will try to teach science in English.
Before that she said something.
I am from Telugu medium, she said.
Yeah, she said she is from
Telugu medium.
Telugu medium. And one more reason. No. Has she ever taught English?
She never
Yeah, she has never taught
English.
She has been from the Telugu medium, okay, background, and she has never taught
English.
And which class she is teaching originally? Which class?
Primary.
classes. Now 8th class is not a so challenge is higher, yes or no?
Yes.
8th class. And she has to go, a primary teacher has to go and teach in 8th class. Maybe she is a graduate student in science. But can graduate students teach English? They should be able to do that because graduation, one paper is English. Compulsorily you are learning English as a second language or first language, yes or no? And you have some paper, 2 years you learn English for degree, then you should be qualified to teach English, yes or no? Yes or no? I think you have to take a decision. Is it compulsory that English should be taught by English graduates only, or anybody can teach English? Better. Okay, talk about that. So what is your opinion about that?
I think my opinion is it is better to teach English by the graduates only, by the English
Why?
graduates.
Why?
Because they will have some knowledge regarding the English, how to deal the lessons and all those things. They won't have the commanding over the English content like that.
Do all graduates in English have command on English?
And just they are good at spoken communication, but they don't know the content all related to that subject.
Do you think English teachers, that means who learned English for graduation as a subject,
Yes.
the degree is in English, will be better to teach English? This is his opinion. But my point is, all graduates in any subject compulsorily learn English also for graduation.
Okay, sir.
You are giving a degree certificate for your language and also for your subject.
Subjects.
You are learning 2 languages for degree courses.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
And you are given a certificate, a degree certificate, not for your subject only. It's also for the other
For
one.
communication. We learn the English at
For
graduation
English course
level.
also. So your graduation across the country means you have a minimum understanding about English or not.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
But it is not so. So don't you think there is a problem with our degree colleges, education? Yes or no? Even after completing degree, people are unable to use English. How many years of teaching English from nursery class onwards? From nursery, LKG, UKG, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 classes plus 2, 12 years. And degree for 3 years, 2 years. 14, 15 years you are learning English. And still you are saying that you are unable to teach English. So don't you think there is a problem? What happened to your 14 years of learning English? What happened to all the days of teaching? How many passages, how many question answers, how many grammar exercises? Endlessly. So it clearly tells you that learning these things you are not going to use English. Yes or no? I think you didn't get the problem, my problem. It's not your problem. The problem is that how you learn English in all these classes. Yes or no? So DOP claims that the basic problem is that we are not approaching language as discourses. You always go for words, sentences, fill in the blanks, kind of thing. They never produce language. Produce language means produce discourses. So without doing that, even if you learn for 20 years, learn about language, it is all learning about language, which is different from learning language. And that is why NEIEA wants to take up DOP and propagate it so that children will be able to use language from the lower classes itself. The problem that we are facing now should not be there for the next generation of students. So we have to give them quality education, not only in their subject, but in all subjects in English as well. Yes or no? There is a need, and you are all victims of that. Yes or no? Is it your fault? It's not your fault. Maybe a little part of it is your fault, but at the same time, the major part is the way you are teaching English. And this is an important point that every government, any state, central government have to take up very seriously. Should we go in the right track or not? Or should you continue the nonsense of teaching about language, teaching grammar, all stupidities? It's nothing but stupidities happening. Okay. So I will have a discussion on that. We'll listen to that also at a later point. Okay. But I want you to listen to a small talk. Yeah. You are going to listen to a talk by a very famous linguist called Stephen
Das ist meine Hand.
Krasher.
Verstehen Sie das? Hand. Everyone say, yeah, I can hear you, even though it's TV audience. Good. Kopf. Das ist mein Kopf. Verstehen Sie Kopf? Ja? Gut. Kopf. From here out. Draw a picture. Kopf. Ist gut, ja? Schön. Kopf. Das ist Mr. Spock, ja? Mr. Spock hat 2 Ohren. Ohren. Verstehen Sie Ohren? Er hat 2 Ohren. Okay, Mr. Spock. Ja, ach nein, Entschuldigung. Augen. Verstehen Sie Augen? Augen. Wie viele Augen? 1, 2, 3 Augen. 3 Augen. Ist das richtig? 3 Augen? Nein. Wir haben nur 2 Augen. Mund. Verstehen Sie Mund? Und hier ist eine Zigarette, ja? Nein. Zigaretten sind nicht gut. If you understood lesson number 2, not every word, but more or less, I did everything necessary to teach you German. And now I'm going to share with you the most important thing I have learned about language. Probably the best kept secret in the profession. We acquire language in one way and only one way, when we understand messages. We call this comprehensive input. We acquire language when we understand what people tell us, not how they say it, but what they say, or when we understand what we read.
So, this is Professor Stephen Krasher. He has been working for, talking about language acquisition or kind of thing for last 40 years. Another has been working for last 35 years on the same topic. So he gives the trade secret of helping children acquire language. And he gives that wonderful point. What is that point? We acquire language only in one way. What is that? Yeah, only when we understand the messages. So there's no need to teach anything, but make them understand. And this part is to be interpreted very professionally. Understanding does not mean teacher reading and explaining, translating in mother tongue. We demonstrated one example with Nasir. He was saying a sentence in Spanish, and I explained, about a process happening in the mind, which is called understanding. Familiar words, context, the voice modulation, gestures, all these put together, the mind constructs the meaning. The mind derives the meaning. So understanding is a derivative process. It's a mental process. Now this mental process cannot be replaced by teacher's translation. Okay? When teacher translates, when teacher explains, the mental process is not happening, but it is blocked. So when teacher try to translate for the sake of understanding, okay, making them understand, actually they get the information, but they understand it. Because the mental process does not happen. Are you getting this point very clearly? Very clearly? But teachers do not know. That's why every teacher believes I am a good teacher because I explained everything. But every explanation you make, every translation you make, blocks the mental process. It ends in transmitting information, not transacting language experience. I think I remember I introduced this difference, transmission and also transaction. So understanding means creating language experience, and the mind develops the meaning. Meaning making process happens in the mind. Therefore, the input we are giving to teachers, to the learners should be comprehensible. And comprehension is to be understood as a mental process. So children will acquire language only when they get comprehensible. the message you say, what we say, not how we say, that's not very important. So Krashen doesn't say you teach grammar, you teach this, teach vocabulary. None of these things are necessary. You will be shocked to listen to that. To learn English, no need to learn grammar, no need to learn vocabulary, all the exercises, these are all non-essential things and sheer waste of time. Years and years of learning, teaching English, still we don't reach anywhere. At least by now, every teacher should think, why is it happening? Is it because of the teacher's fault? Is it because of the learner's fault? It is because the problem with the method you are using for teaching. So unless India, all the states in India understand the process that, well, there is a basic problem with the way we are teaching English. Children are not going to learn. Very few might learn for different reasons, not because you are teaching all this nonsense to them. I'll call grammar as an utter nonsense. But children have to understand grammar as a specialization. Probably you can introduce grammar formally in 9th class, 10th class, 11th class, just like you are teaching trigonometry, mathematics, geography. So those who want to specialize in language can learn grammar. That too proper grammar, not the artificial grammar people are talking about. So as teachers of English and other teachers have to understand very clearly. You have to rethink about what we have been doing all these years and what changes are needed for that. All these efforts, what I am doing with you is to help you understand how to do in a better way. Okay? I am trying to help you how to stop teaching. So DOP is not a method for teaching. It is a method of stopping everything. It's a method to stop teaching, but not a method to teach language. So if somebody asks you, what is DOP then? Is it a method, a new method? I will say it's not a new method. It's a system of protocols and processes. DOP means a system of protocols and processes. Let me try to understand. Let us try to understand that. Where is the duster? I'll remove all these things. Could you help me to remove these things? Just clean it, I can do it because I have pain in my fingers. That's the reason. Yeah. So my point is, we are talking about, sorry madam, talking about DOP. It's a system, okay, of protocols and processes. What are protocols? Procedures. For example, in picture description, what is the first step? Like in mathematics, there are protocols. Step 1, step 2, step 3, like that. So in picture description, how do you begin? You follow certain protocols. What's the first step? Show a picture. Yes or no? So showing a picture, okay, it's a protocol. But when I ask a question, it is addressing your mind, your thought. So it's a process. So the question we pose are meant for the process. Process means the cognitive process, the process happening in the mind. Protocol is a procedure. Sit in groups. Is it a process or a protocol? It's a step. Sit in groups. Each one take share. Everybody present your idea. These are all protocols. But the questions we pose, it touch the mind. So you have to maintain certain protocols and also processes. So the teachers should understand what protocols, what process is required to teach mathematics, to teach science, to teach geography or teach language, anything. What are the processes? What are the protocols? Therefore, DOP extends to other areas also. It is not for language, it is for the human mind. So DOP will be applied in mathematics class, in science class, in any subject we are applying DOP. Okay? Later. Therefore, in this workshop, we are focusing on the production of discourse, starting from rhymes, picture description. Now you are listening to narrative, and you are going to learn how to write narratives, how to say narratives orally, how to write narratives also. Okay? Narratives are also called stories. Okay? But there is a small difference between narratives and stories that we will understand slowly. A story can be narrated. So there are certain things which differentiate a narrative from story. In Telangana curriculum, it is all about narratives, not stories. And you have to understand narratives from class 1 to 10th class. The story in class 1 is of a certain level, the story in 10th class is of a higher level. But what makes the hierarchy? We have to understand that. So what is the level of a story in class 1? We expect class 1 students also to write stories, to tell stories. Not memorize and tell a story. Create their own story, picture-based stories. Now it is difficult to imagine that. Do you expect your class 1 students to write stories? Do you expect? Do you expect your class 1 students to write stories in English? You don't expect. Do you expect to write in mother tongue? You don't expect. They might tell. They might recall a story and tell. That is different. It's not about retelling a story, but telling a story. Every time you are creating a new story. You taught a story, they can repeat it. That is not learning. So how do we help children to produce their own stories based on pictures? And you have to understand that. If you understand that, your children also will do it. And like description, you ask children to write a description, then you also have to write a narrative. Now you don't know how to write narrative. Somebody may do, but there is no guarantee. So we have to work on that. Okay? Probably in the afternoon we'll start working on that. Have a break then? Lunch break? Bye.
whatever we have learned, in that what did we do? In picture description, what were the three main points sir said? No, today we did other thing, right? We sir showed the presentation by this group, and we were doing something. What was that? Editing. Okay. Next. Huh? Editing we did omission of words, missing words we turned. Yes, what was that? Conventions of writing. Huh? Punctuation, syntax, okay. And punctuations we were considered. Ananda sir, are these three words okay? Three words? They gave me three words like based on this game we will be having editing. Editing we did, edit, syntax, punctuation. Idli vada sambar. Okay, now I request, or you want to change any word in this? Okay, it will become little bigger one, no? Hmm. Writing. So we will short word. What can we have, sir? Writing. Conventions.
Because this is not only punctuation, other things are also there.
Conventions. So syntax.
Syntax area.
Edit. Convention. Is this okay, sir?
Edit is which covering the whole thing together.
Okay. So any other word we can have here?
We can write discourse editing.
Discourse. Okay. Discourse we'll write. That's important.
So in syntax.
Three words we will take.
Enough.
Discourse.
Yeah.
Syntax. Conventions. Right? Now this game is based on idli vada sambar. So all of us will remove our chairs, put it to one side, and everybody will, or wherever you are, you can stand, not an issue. Right? I'll explain how the game is. This we do in the classes also after lunch to make them active. Right? Right? So idli, vada, sambar. Idli, when I say idli, it is here. Vada, sambar. Idli, yes. Vada, sambar. Start, we will do that first. Idli, vada, don't say. Put both the hands. I am having mic, so I used one hand. Idli, vada, sambar. Idli, vada, sambar. Idli, sambar, out. Vada, vada, idli, sambar, vada, idli. Got the point? Now same in place of those we are going to use this. Got it? So it will be discourse, touch your head, discourse, syntax, shoulders, conventions, knee. Right? I'll go slow because it takes time. Right. Discourse. Next what? Syntax. Then convention. Discourse. Syntax. Convention. Discourse. Syntax. Convention. Convention. Out. Syntax. Discourse. Convention. Taking time. Okay? Convention, discourse, syntax. You can speed it up. Just now we had lunch, so I don't want to do that. Otherwise, you can speed it. And they will enjoy this. This is a game, but you are connecting it to our learning. Recap. Okay? Recall and recap. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. Anything you can add to your subject? Keywords.
Just 1 minute, I'm joining you.
Does anybody want any
I lost a file. That's
Okay, one more thing we'll do wherever you are sitting. I don't want to strain you all. Wherever you are sitting, put the books to one side till sir is here with us. So this is engaging the class, right? Keep your things, belongings. Let us relax. Right hand up. Finger. See, look at me, ma'am. Look at me. मेरे को देखिए यहाँ पर कर చూడండి फिंगर फिंगर पॉइंटिंग आउट राइट नाउ दिस इज कॉल्ड स्काई राइट स्काई यानी आसमान में लिखना आकाशంలో రాయడం we will start with our name I will write here Sakinam write your name everyone say your name and write Sakina Sakina
Sunita. Sunitha.
got it this was sky right our name yes you can also do other things we don't write our name with our legs right so anything you can write tree if I say with the toe try toe కాలేది ఉంటుంది కదా ఫస్ట్ థమ్ లైక్ ఏమంటారు సార్ బొటన వేలు కాదు కాలు పెట్టాను और अंगूठा उर्दू में अंगूठा बोलते हैं पैर का अंगूठा ट्राई नाउ एनी वर्ड विच इज़ नॉट योर नेम और गॉड नेम रिलीजियस नो समथिंग सिंपल व्हाट डू यू वांट टू राइट वॉल आई विल राइट WALL come on you can stand and do it will be better if you stand and do yes पूरा पैर नहीं सिर्फ अंगूठा होना है only that try CAT cat show मैम पूरा पैर नहीं अंगूठा CAT cat right
she will fall down.
okay that is the other way you can engage your children thank you everyone
Okay.
thank you sir.
So this were energizer. Good. Thank you. Now I am going to tell you not about auxiliary verbs, but this is a very important piece of information for all teachers, especially English teachers, and those students who want to improve on editing. So I call it not auxiliary verb, but auxiliary system. Now look at this diagram. Can you see this diagram there? It's very difficult to see or not? Difficult or not? Any other way? They can't see the screen?
So I'll write on the board same thing.
No.
Shall I
I will write because there will be a problem when you write. Because you don't know what to write next, so therefore it may create problem. So understand, let us try to understand what the system is. If you look at here, you say that this symbol stands for a sentence. Okay? S stands for sentence. In a sentence, you have traditional grammar, you call it the subject position, the boy, the girl, the man on the next street. So this is a noun phrase, short we say NP, which traditional talk about subject, okay? And you have the verb, after that there will be object, everything. That part I am not considering. So in between the subject and the verb, you have a verb system where you have the auxiliary. I show you the example here. The child is sleeping, okay? He is sleeping. So this you call as a helping verb or an auxiliary verb. Yes or no? Now I am going to tell you how this is connected to the whole system. So in auxiliary system, it has 5 different components. I am not talking about the entire sentence, I am talking about what is called auxiliary. This is auxiliary, okay? So what is the connection between this and this? Yeah, so instead of talking auxiliary verb, let us understand the system behind that. How does it operate? So in auxiliary system, the first component is tense. Tense also is auxiliary. Okay. When you talk about tense, there can be two chances. Some sentences have no tense. Any example? A sentence without any tense, no present tense, no past tense. It's not a sentence. Open the, yeah, let us look at this one. Open the door. Of course, it's a sentence, but this is not present tense, it's not past tense. We call it, it's an imperative, okay? No verb. This is neither present tense nor past tense, right? So we call, there can be sentences without tense like this. We call it minus tense. And there can be sentences with tense, present tense, past tense, okay? Only two tenses. So this can be two. What are they? Present or past. Forget about present perfect continuous tense. Think only about tense now. So there are only two tenses in English. This is without tense. All imperatives are without tense. Stand up. Okay? Or you want to say something like, I want to sleep. Okay? So here this has tense. I want, present tense. I wanted to sleep will be past tense. This is without any tense. You call it infinitive. Infinitive. No tense. So infinitive can be with to or without to. Okay? To infinitive. Okay? So there is one component of auxiliary system is present tense, also past tense. And the next component is, you call it aspect. Yesterday I introduced there are two aspects in English. Recall, what are they? The perfective aspect and the progressive. Traditional grammar mixes tense with aspect. So they say present perfect tense. We are separating. Tense is separate, aspect is separate. Don't put them together. So there is perfective aspect, and there is a word for that. I introduced that yesterday. Have and en. This is a suffix. En cannot stand alone. En means it has to be attached to something. This is an independent word, have. So it can stand freely. But this cannot stand freely. It has to inflect on, attach on some other verb. Yes or no? Progressive also is like that. It has be and ing. Okay, so how many components you understand? I'm sorry, there is one in between. After tense, there is something called modals. Modal verb. This also an auxiliary. Under modals, you have the modal verbs like will, shall, can, and may. Don't confuse with auxiliary verbs. Auxiliary verb list contains do, be, everything. Primary auxiliaries, modal auxiliaries, don't confuse. There are only 4 modal verbs. Will, shall, can, may. Right? So you have tense component, this is the first component, this is the second component, and aspect is the third component. In this you have this and this. Right? Then you have what we call the passive component. This is be and en. Understand this much. We are talking about the system. This is the components of the system. These are the components. So there is a tense system, there is a modal system, subsystem, or aspects, passive. And I have shown the same thing here in this diagram. Okay? I can increase it slightly for your sake. Start from here, auxiliary, under tense, minus tense or plus tense. Can you see the screen now? Then you have the next component is model, will, shall, can, may. You have the aspect system and the perfective, progressive and the passive. After that the main verb comes. Like the child is sleeping, this is the place of sleep. Okay. So there is auxiliary system and then main verb. Like this, child is sleeping. This belongs to the auxiliary part and this is the main part, main verb. Actually this comes from here. ING belongs to this, but it has gone there. Why? This ING cannot stand alone, therefore it has to go somewhere. That's why it has reached here. How can we use? Different thing. When you talk about, what you want to do. See, every word has lot of meanings. And there are a lot of confusion also on that. People say I is used with shall, I shall, and I will. People say there is a difference between shall and will, but these are all artificially created difference. There is no difference between shall and will. They mean the same thing. Okay? But tradition grammar tells you have to use with the first person I shall go, he will go. It's not like that. So there are many differences. They say may is for permission, can is for ability. But people use different way also. Don't think about how it is used, understand how it works. Okay? How the system works. So I will show you examples like this. I will read out the components shown in brackets. What are the brackets here? Aspects, that is perfective, progressive and passive, are optional. So what is the essential auxiliary component? These are all components, parts. Out of this is not essential, this is not essential, this is not essential, this also is not essential. So what is the essential auxiliary component? If you remove all these things, every sentence will have tense. So under auxiliary, tense is the only essential thing, the rest of it is optional. You may not have modal verb, you may not have perfective, you may not have progressive, you may not have passive, but all these things can appear. Got the idea? So in auxiliary system, the most important part, essential component is tense. Do you understand this much? I will share this document with you. It's only 4 or 5 pages, you can look at it. But if you look at without my initial introduction, it may be confusing. That's why I am talking about it. Okay? So the components shown in brackets like is perfective, progressive, passive are optional, whereas tense or minus tense is obligatory. Obligatory means compulsory, mandatory. Let us see the distributional properties, how these components are distributed in a sentence. Editing requires understanding about the distribution. Okay? There can be many problems. Okay. So let us go to the next part of it. Okay. I am looking for my cursor. Where is my cursor? Just go to next slide. Yeah, we can go for slides. Take this slide. Okay, I can click here. Second one. Yeah. So look at this now. So, no, go to previous slide now. Previous again. Number 2 slide. Just apply little thing, you will understand it. It's not very complicated. The only thing you have to break your traditional understanding. Forget your grammar you learn. forget the grammar, the entire grammar you learn, forget it. Okay. It's very difficult to forget, you know. So, what is imperative? The imperative contains minus tense. As he said, open the door, come here, stand up. These sentences are without any tense. It's neither present tense nor past tense. So, you give order, commands. Okay, pick up the pencil, stand up, sit down. These are all called imperatives without any tense. Yeah, look at this one. Example, stand up, pick up the pencil. These are all sentences without any tense. So, in this auxiliary, there is only minus tense, nothing else. There is no modal, no progressive, no perfective, nothing. Only a verb without tense. Open the door. Open is a bare verb without any tense. It contains no tense. We call it minus tense. You got idea? You can write the example, open door. So, if you write down and later read the script also, it will be easy for you. So, here I have given stand up. You can write another example of your own to understand under imperative. So, give your own example for imperative. Here the example given is stand up, pick up the pencil. So, under imperative, you give your own example. All of you write one example of your own. Right. Like stand up. Sit down, very easy. Next, one more example. Close the door. Number one. Look at the board. Come here. Get out. So, all imperatives without any tense. Let us see the next, these are distributions, how these components are distributed. So, one case is the no tense, only minus tense. Examples are this. Next time, next example, you create your own example. Yes or no? So, you can understand it better. Yeah, the next slide is, help me to get the next one. There is a distribution of tense and also verb combination. There is a tense, which means, yeah, you have tense in the extreme end of these 5 components. You have tense element, no modal, no aspect, no passive, but the main verb only. Look at this example here. See, the child sleeps well. Well is just it's not a part of verb, but it's a sentence in it. The child sleeps is also fine. The child slept well. What's the difference between this and this? This is present tense, this is. So your combination, the child is not part of auxiliary. Auxiliary is from this part. It contains plus tense. Yes or no? Plus tense means either present tense or past tense. So in this combination, you have tense followed by a verb. Tense may be present tense, may be past tense. And examples are the child sleeps or the child slept. Now create your own example for present tense and also past tense. Just one example, one sentence. It contains present tense only. I go to school, went to school. It's very good. Create one sentence, madam. Only one word, He drinks milk, he drank milk. Write down so you not forget now. Okay? Create your example. Present. I cook food. I cook, there is no cooking, cooked kind of thing only. So, cooking is not tense. Cooking is relating to aspect. So, I cook food, I cooked food. That's your example. You say in sentence. Any English sentence. Do you eat food? Say that sentence. I eat food. And say the past tense. I ate food. So, create your examples. So, this combination also fairly easy to understand. You are using it in almost every day. Okay. Let us look at a different combination now. Number 3. Jamil, operate here. Okay. So the third composition is, this distribution means there is tense component, there is a modal verb and also verb. The child will sleep well. Earlier it was child sleeps or child slept. You are introducing one more word here. And this you call a modal verb. So in this sequence, you are selecting a present tense verb and also one from here. You will. So you get will there, and sleep is the same verb. So you create your own sentence then. You said I cook food. Introduce will into that. So I will say, you said I cook food. Include modal also. Put will also into that. So how will you say? I will cook. Complete, madam. Cook what? I will cook food. Okay? It can be anything. You can choose any with different meanings. I shall cook food, I may cook food, I can cook food. Any combination is possible depending on the meaning. Yes or no? But it's the structure of the same thing. You choose one model for a certain meaning. So choose one from here, either this, depending on what meaning you want. Is that clear? So the child will sleep well. So what is the tense here? What is the tense here? Come on, you model is not tense. Model is not tense. Look at here, there is tense. Tense means either present tense or past tense. So next is modal verb. Modal verb is will. So what is the tense of will? Present tense. Meaning is future, maybe. But the tense is, will is present tense, and what is the past tense form? Would. Very simple. Detach meaning from that. Don't say future tense. There is no future tense in English. And past tense. You can talk about future in many ways. Okay? So your combination, the child sleep well, will sleep well, is a combination of present tense plus will. So it is in present tense. That is the sentence here. The child will sleep or the child would sleep well. This is in present tense, this is in past tense. It's not future tense, but it talks about future meaning. Tense and meaning are two different things. This is a big problem created by traditional grammar, the basic confusion. And that is why our children are unable to learn grammar. Even after learning up to degree course, they don't know grammar. You should give the right thing, You are giving a wrong stuff, asking them to learn grammar, they won't learn. Right. How many tenses are there in English, madam? How many tenses? What are they? Present and past. So what is the tense of this sentence? The child will sleep. Present tense. It's very difficult to say that, no? The child will sleep. You are tempted to say future tense. Break your belief. Okay. I'll read this part. The syntactic position of modal can be occupied by any modal verb. Instead of will, you can have can, may, anything. That's all. But it appears in the same position. Like this finger appears here only. It cannot appear here, here, here. These are fixed positions. When the present tense is attached, tense is there. When tense is attached to modal, to these verbs, their forms do not change. So when you add present tense, this verb will be the same. Will remain will. Can, may. But you are attaching past tense, the form changes. Yes or no? So will remains as. But if you attach past tense, it becomes would. So what is the past tense form of shall? Should, can, could, may, might. So there are past tense forms. Okay? Present tense does not change, but past tense changes. Is that clear? Yeah. Let us see the example. So when past tense is attached, we get word such as would, should, could, might, and did. Did also is an auxiliary. That's also model's position. Do also appears in the same position. If none of these words are there, there may be a do. Okay. Next slide. This combination shows tense is there, model is there, verb combination. Let us look at how it works. The sentence is the child will sleep. Child is in the subject position, noun phrase. Under auxiliary there is tense. Under model there is will. So the tense cannot stand alone, therefore it attaches to will. The diagram explains that. Yes or no? Can you understand the diagram? In the sentence child sleeps well or will sleep, the child will sleep. It contains tense, model, will. So tense is here, it attaches to model and you are getting will only. So you get the child will sleep. Clear? If past tense is attached, it will become child would sleep. Yeah, just slow down. I read this one. The modal will gets inflected, changed. Okay? In our language also inflected. In Telugu, coming. How will you say? Snaru. Okay? I came. See the change, the inflection changes. The word changes. Yes or no? The root word changes. So here also like that. So the modal will gets inflected by present tense to get will and past tense to get would. Is that up to this clear? Yes. Are you with me? Yes. Okay, create your sentence with will and also would. I will go to market. I would go to market. I would go to school also is possible. It's also possible. I will go to school. I would play. Yeah. There is a meaning difference. I am not discussing meaning right now. It will be confusing. But you can use it. What meaning? Let us decide after that. But this is possible. Yes or no? No confusion. Go to next slide. This contains, be attentive, don't sleep. Energizer. So this contains tense, essential component, tense, perfective aspect, verb. This is your traditional present perfect combination or past perfect. We say a tense perfective verb combination. Understand the description. If there is no modal verb, the tense component gets attached to the have element of the perfective aspect. To get have or has as per the requirement of the number of agreement, it can be either have or has depending on what comes left. If it is just singular number, it becomes has. If it is plural, it becomes have. Okay. So what's the combination? Tense is here. It attaches to, these things are not there. So where will the tense go? It has to go somewhere. So tense will go, there is no verb in model, it keep on going, but there is a verb here. What is that verb? Have. So this tense can attach to have. That is the nearest verb possible. So there are no modal verbs, therefore tense goes to which part? Have only. Here is a not independent thing. So in this construction, the combination is tense, aspect, no modal verb, no passive, but the main verb. So tense goes and attaches to have. If present tense is attached, you get have only or has. How do you select have or has? Depending on what comes left side. If it is more than one, you choose have. If only one, you choose has. But the process is the same thing. Okay, so it attaches to it. So what about this one then? Where will this go? This will cannot stand alone. This also attaches. if there is progressive. I will come to that example later. Okay. So look at the chart once again there. Yeah. So you get example, the child has slept. Traditional grammar is perfective tense, present perfective tense. We say simply present perfect. In Telangana textbook, I have given only present perfect. There is no present perfect tense. Right. So the child has slept or the children have slept. The difference? Children have, but child has. Reason? The number is different. This is more, this is only 1. Or the children had slept. How you get children had slept? Which tense is attached? Past tense. So if past tense is attached, this change to had. Look at this one. There is tense here. Tense attaches to have. Look at the diagram. Can you see the diagram? Adjust your chair in such a way that you can see the screen. Okay. You move to this side or that side. So perfective contains have and en. Okay. So tense attaches to have, but this en should go somewhere. Where should it go? It goes to the nearest verb, and the nearest verb is sleep. And en plus sleep becomes sleepen, but there is no word sleepen, it becomes slept. There are some words are irregular. They don't follow the pattern. A few words are like that. So you don't have sleepen, but you have slept. Some words are like that. Eat, you have eaten, yes or no? Eat. Eaten only. Right. Okay. So let us look at the diagram. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. The next combination is the tense progressive verb combination. This is the traditional present continuous tense or past continuous tense. We call it tense progressive verb combinations. Okay? So what is the combination? Look at this one. Tense is there, either present tense or past tense. Are you with me? Yes. Are you with me? Yes. Yeah, the tense moves, it goes to be. This is progressive. Progressive means be and ing. There are two components, be, ing. So where will tense go? It has to go to be, because be is an independent verb. This cannot stand alone. So tense goes, look at the be, gets attached there. Ing cannot stand alone. This also start moving. It attaches to sleep. Therefore you get sleeping. So tense here means either is or was. If present tense is coming, this becomes is. If past tense is coming, it becomes was. If the number is more, you get are or were. Yes or no? So that are, were has nothing to do with the tense. They depend on the left side. If there is more than one, you choose are. If there are more than one, you choose were, like that. Okay, so be plus present or be plus past. Either this is or was. Is becomes are when left side is more number. Is becomes was when past tense is there. Yes or no? It's very simple. So you can get tense attaching to be and ing attaching to sleeping. So you get the child is sleeping or the child was sleeping. Okay. Go to next line. I want to read this. The child is sleeping. Understand the combination. It contains present tense. It contains progressive. You get sleeping because in progressive there is ing there. So suppose while editing you find a script where the child has written something like this. Suppose you get a script in write-up, children have written, the child is write a story. So you scan from left side to right side. You find is here. So you understand that this contains which verb? Which contains? Which verb? This. It contains be verb and also present tense. Yes or no? You analyze a verb, split into components. So you split is, you get be and also present tense. So if the child is written here, okay, this is because be plus present tense is. Right. But the same problem, if it is be, it is followed by an ing. So this part is missing. That is why the child is writing. So this part is left out. Only be is taken. So if the child knows if there is a be, it must be followed by an ing also. Okay. So you always go from left to right side and say which component is missing. Here the ing is missing. That's why it becomes like ungrammatical. Okay? So this ing becomes here. You edit it, the child is writing. Yes or no? So you have to understand which is the missing component. Why this is wrong? Okay. So you get sentence like the child is sleeping, children are sleeping, or the child was sleeping, or the children were sleeping. Reason? Child becomes children only because of number. More than one, therefore changes. But the basic operation is the same thing. All right. Shall we go to next combination? Yes. Next slide. This combination contains, look at the heading clearly, contains tense. Tense means present tense or past tense. Contains perfective. Did you write an example with the progressive? Backside. Yeah. Example like this. Child is sleeping. Write your own example. Write your examples. Child is playing. Use past tense. Use past tense. Child was playing. You forget about child. Create some other sentence. Huh? Child is reading. You still want the child, you know. Still not reading. You should know how to create a combination, how to create an example. Okay? Yes. Now go to the next sentence. This contains the sixth combination. It contains sequence, tense, perfective, progressive, verb. Your traditional present perfect continuous or your past perfect continuous. It contains tense, it contains perfective, it contains progressive. Yes or no? So let us look at this. There is tense here. In perfective there are two components. What are they? Slow slightly, so below this. Little bit. Yeah. Perfective contains have and en. Progressive contains be and ing. So the movement of the tense begins. Tense goes in search of a verb. It reaches, this is the first verb. So tense attaches to have. To get either has or have or had. If past tense is coming, you get had. Yes or no? If present tense is coming, it may be has or have. And this en, this is attached. What about this one? This cannot stand alone. So this also starts moving. It goes to be. These operations are happening in the mind. You know, you are not aware of it, but this is the process happening. So en goes to be. So what is the combination of be? Be and en? Being. Ing goes to the main verb. Sleeping. So what is the sentence you are getting? The child has been sleeping, or the child had been sleeping. How you get the combination? Has contains present tense, but it contains en. That has to go to some other place. Therefore, you get been. This be has an ing. It has to go to sleep. and you are getting sleeping. Okay? So, if a child writes a sentence like, okay, okay, we have working hard. You scan from left side. Look for the missing components. Look from here. The first component is tense. Yes or no? So where is tense here? On have. But there is a have here, therefore there is another part of have. What is that? En. But it has no place here. Here also ing. If there is an ing here, it means that there should be somewhere here. Yes or no? So you can easily identify which component is missing. If you say working, it means that a B component is missing. If you say have, you understand that the En component is missing. If you go from left to right, you can identify which component is missing. So therefore you get, we have been working. If you fill the missing components, you get been. We have been working. So look at this one here. The child has been sleeping, the child had been sleeping. Create your own examples. Create your own example. Whatever you choose a sentence and put this combination. Okay. Write your some example. Did you write? You write which combination? Tense, perfective, tense, perfective, progressive combination, verb combination. Yes. Teacher has been teaching from morning. You said a beautiful sentence. Teacher has been teaching. It's perfect. This is the model. Teacher has been teaching. Good. What's the problem? No problem. It's a beautiful sentence. Are you happy? There is nothing more correct than this. This is a very good sentence. You understand the combination. Okay? The teacher has been teach or teaching. Teacher has been teaching because B wants ing. Has been, there is a B, its partner is missing. That ing is missing. Okay. Let us see the next combination. Seventh one. Tense passive verb combination. This is very interesting. People have a lot of stories about passive. Some people say in passive the subject becomes object, object becomes subject. It's one story. Another story is that you can also only create passive from transitive verbs. Intransitive verb, that means they do not have an object. Therefore passive is not possible. So all these stories are half true, half false. None of them are completely correct. We'll tell you why. So in this combination, there is a modal aspect. If modal aspect tense, everything absent, then it goes for passive. Look at this one. The child is taken to the hospital. How do you get child is taken? Look at this one. There is no modal verb, but tense is compulsory. Yes or no? So tense will be there. So what is the tense of this word? What is the tense? Present tense. So there is present tense here. This, look at this word, taken. So this word taken has become, there is one en here. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? This can come from either perfective, because perfective contains have and en. But there is no have in this sentence. Therefore, this is not perfective. You are scanning from left to right. If there is a perfective, you find have there, but there is no have. So the next possibility, this en is coming from passive. Passive also has an en. Okay? And that's example here. See, the child is taken. This is tense plus B. This en comes from passive. Passive B. B and en is passive. Forget all other stories about passive. Passive means simply B and en. If a sentence contains this, it becomes passive. Just forget everything else about passive. If a sentence contains B and en, it becomes passive. I will demonstrate how it happens. Okay? So here, what is the example here? The child is taken to the hospital. Show the diagram completely. Slowly. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. Yes. So you have tense here. This moves to the B of passive. Look at the passive structure. It has B and the en. So tense moves. This is a free verb. So tense attaches to B to get either is or was. Yes or no? B plus present tense is either is or was or were. Why? Depending on the number. So tense attaches to B, you get is or was. Clear? Yes or no? Here a doubt? Any doubt? Yeah. So B becomes either is or was or are or were, depending on what is there in the left side. And this en goes to take. Therefore, take becomes taken. And therefore, you are getting the child is taken to the hospital. Which tense has come? Present. If it is past tense, what will you get? The child was taken to the hospital. Okay? It's a very simple process. Okay. Let us look at one more example. Next one. Yeah, wait one bit. So create your example on this example. Tense. No. Tense, passive. Yeah. Create your example for this. The child is taken to the hospital. Only tense and passive. Write a sentence. Only tense and passive. No modal, no progressive, no perfective. Okay. The girl is fallen. See, there is a small problem. Can anybody identify that? The girl is fallen. No. See, what is the meaning that you wanted to say? Since no, listen to me. What is the meaning that you wanted to communicate? The girl fell down. So, falling is happening to oneself. All right? So, normally, this doesn't have any object
Is fallen
after
on
that.
the earth.
That's okay. What is the difference between a word like this and a word like, kill? This generates a question. Kill what? Kill who? Here, fall, you ask a question, fall what? You don't get. So, fall does not have any object. In passive, an object is needed. Like sleep. Okay? There is no object. Eat is different. Eat what? You need an object. Yes or no? Sing what? Sing a song. Play what? Play cricket, play football, whatever. Now fall, you cannot ask a question, fall what? You just fell, that's all. So this sentence, you will not get a passive concession, right? So when you go, there is tense here, but this verb does not accept, this does not accept passive form.
Sir, flowers are taken to the temple.
Flowers are taken to the temple, carried.
Yes.
Yeah, same meaning. So flowers are taken.
To the
so
temple.
unless it contains, what are the components? Which tense? Which
Yes.
tense?
Present tense. Sir.
Present tense. And
Taken is there, no? So
what are the components?
taken, en is there.
Madam, listen to my question. We are talking about auxiliary components. Okay, you have tense, mode, perfective, progressive, passive. Of these, which components are there in your sentence?
Passive.
So say it again. There is present tense and
Present is, or is there, no?
present tense and
Passive.
passive. So you get a example present tense and passive.
Passive.
The flowers are taken. Or flowers were taken.
Yes.
If you want to have past tense. Very good. I think all of you write an example, so you will learn it very clearly. Those who have some confusion, that confusion should go. Okay. Yeah. So like this, the flower is taken or carried to the temple. The flower is kept in the flower vase. Flower is kept in the flower vase. Yes or no? Possible. And the flower is kept on the hair. Some people do that. Huh? Yes. Next example. 8. This combination has, look at very carefully, contains tense, contains modal, contains perfective, contains verb. Perfective means have and en. This means will, shall, can, may, anything. This means present tense or past tense. So create an example then. Look at this one. The child has slept, or the child might have slept. This is wrong. The child may have slept. This example. Please correct this. You cannot correct, na? May have slept. Because it contains a modal verb, you know. Yeah. So look at this sentence. The child may have slept, or the child might have slept. This is past tense. This is present tense. Combination here. Modal verb is there. Which is the modal verb? Which is the modal verb? May. And which is the tense in this one? May contains present tense or past tense? Present tense. And this contains the past tense. So this contains present tense, modal verb may, and have means perfective, but have is en also. That en is to sleep. Look at this one. Study the structure very carefully. There is a tense. Tense attaches to may. If present tense, it becomes may only. If it is past tense, it becomes might. And perfective, have remains as it is, but this cannot stand alone. Therefore, this moves from there, and this is the next verb. So en attaches to sleep. You get slept. That is how you get the child may have slept, or the child might have slept. The combination. Do you want to sleep now? Choose another modal verb. Instead of may, choose another modal verb. There are 4 modal verbs. You can choose another modal verb and create your sentence. Choose any modal verb, not may, and try your sentence. To the shop. Taken to the shop. Yeah. The boy was taken. What was taken? Okay. See, the boy not was taken. The book was taken to the shop. Not the boy. The book was taken. Okay? Yeah. So create your own example. Choose another modal verb instead of may. And I want to hear your sentence. A combination of modal verb and perfective. Create your example. Choose any modal verb. Did you create a sentence? Create an example. It contains tense, perfective, modal and perfective. There is tense, modal, perfective. The flowers may have plucked. See, flower cannot do any action, so it needs a passive also. Flowers may have been plucked. Flower cannot do the action. This combination is there is no passive. But your sentence demands passive. Because you are talking about the action of flower. Flower cannot pluck anything, you know. Flower was plucked. Do you understand my sentence? Somebody can pluck the flower. Can the flower pluck itself? So that word, yeah, you need a passive. Now create a sentence only this. You are just generating. Write have in the sequence. It's a very simple thing. For your practice, just choose the components. I'll tell you. You want a subject. Take any subject. Okay. Here, a noun phrase. Give me any word. Okay. She. Okay, fine. Then you choose a modal verb, a list of modal verbs. Forget about may. Will, shall, may, can. Okay, will. She will. Then you have the perfective, that means there is have and en. So, how will you say now? She will, tense is attaching to will, and then have is here, en has to be attached. You need a verb here, what is that? She will have. Okay, eat. So, you take will, have is here, en will, there, so you get she will have eaten. Eaten what? Chicken. Anything. Okay. So, it's a combination, just choosing any component from here, you get a sequence. Now, look at this sentence now. The child may have slept or the child might have slept. It contains tense, modal verb or perfective aspect. Tense attaches to modal to get may, might, will, would, could, anything, depending on the choice you are making. And have remains as it is, but en attaches to nearest verb. So sleep becomes, there is no sleep and slept. Child may have slept. Okay. Look at the next combination. Next combination. Okay. Yeah. In this one, little complicated. Tense, modal, progressive, verb combinations. When I say tense, think it is present tense or past tense. This is how you think. Modal means either will, shall, can, may. Any of these. Progressive means be, ing. Be, ing is progressive. And the verb. So you have the sequence then. Okay. The child may be sleeping or the child might be sleeping. There is no perfective. There is no perfective. So you get directly tense attaches to modal verb and be, ing moves to verb, be remains as it is. So the child may be sleeping or the child might be sleeping. Okay. The sequence is tense, modal, progressive. This word should indicate what are the components. If a modal, either will, shall, can, may, anything. Progressive means be, ing. Tense means either present tense or past tense. If you are able to think like that, your sentence construction will be very good. Okay? Right. Let's go to next sentence. Number 10. I know this is slightly confusing, but I will give you the script for you. This handout will be given. You look at every example and create your own examples. This is how you learn. Those people who have some confusion, create your examples and share in the group so you know exactly how a sentence structure is created. because this is a very problematic area, tense, aspects. Lot of confusion will be there. Okay, right. So look at this difficult combination. It contains tense, means, model means, yeah, shall, can, may. Passive means BEN, and you get a sequence. Here the same example I am using to make you understand better. So you have will model here, tense attaches to will remain as remains as will, yes or no? If it is present tense, it is will only. If past tense, it will become would. Okay, so you get the child will or the child would. There is passive, it contains be and en, just roll little bit. Yeah, so tense attaches to model will remains as it is, and be remains as it is, en goes to here. En attaches to disturb means disturbed. En can be either ed or en or nothing. There are all possibilities. Some words take en, some words take ed, some words take anything. Take an example. Okay, you have something like eat, okay? You have ate and also eaten. If there is a word like put, you don't get putted or you don't get putten. Okay, put is always put only. So some examples have that, some examples do not have that. Okay. Yeah, this one. Tense is here, it attaches to will is the model verb. Then it contains passive ben, be remains, en goes to disturb and get disturbed. Whichever verb is here, en goes to that. In this example, it is disturbed. So you get the child will be disturbed or the child would be disturbed, depending on which tense is coming. See the next combination. Tense, modal, perfective, progressive verb. Very long sequence. So you have tense means modal, will, shall, can, may. Perfective, have and en. Progressive, be and ing. And you get the combination. Okay. So look at here. Tense attaches to may remains may. If past tense comes, what will become? No, here. Might. Very good. So have is here, no change, but this cannot stand alone. So the en moves to the nearest verb, it is be, because this contains progressive. And in progressive there is be and ing. So this component attaches here to get being. And this ing attaches to this verb becomes hiding. So you understand where these components originated and where it has ended up. What operation took place. From where these components are coming. It's an interplay of these 5 components. Okay. You got the example now? Create your own example for this one. Okay. The child may have been hiding, not this one. Yeah, same thing, huh? This next slide. Yeah. So create an example for this. The child may have been hiding somewhere. What is this combination? What is the combination? You have modal, perfective, progressive, tense also. So you get the child may have been hiding. This ing is belonging to be. This en is belonging to have. And tense is attached to may. So in a combination, the first verb is always with the tense. Tense always attaches on the first verbal element. If there are 4 verbal elements in a sentence, tense is on the first component in any sentence. Let's look at the next combination, number 12. And this again a very long combination, tense, modal, perfective, passive. So how do you get it? Present or past? Will, shall, can, may. This one? Have and en. One b and en. Combination happens. Child may have been disturbed. May contains tense, present tense. Have is perfective. You are scanning from left to right. So may have is perfective, but it has an en component. Where did it go? So en has gone to the next verb. It becomes been. And this be has ing. Where has it gone? Ing has gone to, sorry, the passive has gone here. It's not progressive but passive. So it is ben, not bin. Sorry. So this passive ben. So this en will go from here. Shown here. Show the diagram. Little bit. Yeah. So tense attaches to main. Have remains as it is. En goes to be to get be. This en goes to disturbed to get disturbed. Do you understand how the system works? If you teach tense auxiliary verbs separately, nobody will understand how it happens. Because you are remembering everything different, different examples. What is the interrelation? What is the phenomenon happening? Okay. Yeah, next slide. Again you get another combination, tense, progressive, passive. This contains be and ing. This contains be, en. So child is being disturbed, or the child was being disturbed. So tense comes here, be past or present tense, ing moves here, this en moves here. See the movement. Tense attaches to be to become is or was or were, depending on what comes. Ing goes from here to be, becomes being, and en goes to here to get disturbed. The diagram explains very clearly how it moves, how it goes to the next verb. Okay? Yeah. I think there are two more slides. Next one. Yeah. Go to next one. Last one. There is one more slide. This last one. Yeah. So you can see that look at an example like this one. The child might have been disturbed. Or another sentence like the thief may have been hiding. This might contains past tense and modal. Past tense and modal. Have means there is perfective. So this en comes from perfective. En of perfective. So en comes from here. Have remains as it is, but be is this ing, not ing, it's passive only, no? So there is being. This be has en, this en attaches to this term. In this example, you can see the same thing. This is modal with the present tense. Have suggests that there is perfective. This suggests that there is passive. Sorry, this ing suggests that this is progressive. So your scanning tells you which is there. Is it progressive or is it passive? Because both contains be. Yes, and you notice something. If the verb contains more than 3 verbs, always the first one will be a modal verb. A sentence contains 4 or 5 verbal elements. The first one is a modal verb compulsorily, and second will be have, third will be been. No change. This is predictable. So if a sentence contains 3 verbs, that means it contains modal verb, it contains perfective, it contains progressive or passive. This is predictable. And this is how the system works. Okay. Confusing? You read it again. Look at the examples. Look at the examples. So your target today is master the auxiliary system. What is it? Okay? Understand that. How the system works. Then you create your own examples containing these combinations. This is one task. Okay? Let us analyze another sentence here. I will write a sentence. You have to split it and write your exercise now. Let us have a practicing session. I am going to create a sentence. You have to analyze it and tell me what are the components. Okay. This could have been difficult. Analyze the sentence. What are the components? You write in your pen. Let us check with others. Split it. Split every component. Every sentence contains tense. Yes or no? It is compulsory. So what are the components? There is tense. There is a model. This one. Here. And then that's all. Perfective. Tell me, is there anything more? Only these three, no? Please listen to me. Did you identify tense in that? Good. Did you get a modal verb? Did you get a perfective? Yes. Did you get anything else? Verb is there, of course. Verb, that is obligatory. There is a verb. Okay? It's verb combination. Now, this verb here says it's not a verb. This has a different terminology. I tell you why. For example, this is nice. Okay? Something that appears after this verb has a noun function. We call it predicate nominal. Therefore, that functions as a verb. You don't find any other verb there. So, you analyze tense. Which is the tense? Past tense plus can, then have and en, and the word is difficult. This sentence does not have a verb. Okay? This is the verb itself. This is the verb. No other verb, no main verb. This is the main verb. So you get past attaches to can to become could. The sentence this is here. Okay? Have remains as it is. And what else you are getting? What else you are getting? What is a verb? See, this sentence has the main verb be. This is difficult. This is difficult. This was difficult. This may be difficult. This may have been difficult. So the main verb is be. So you have could, have remains as it is, in attaches to be, you get been, and then you get the remaining part difficult. So you get this could have been difficult. Create your own example and you can master it, and check the combination every time. There is no other way. Okay. I will also tell you some wonderful things about passive. Passive creates problematic. It's a very simple thing. Yeah, enjoy the biscuit. Understand, passive is just like a mathematical operation. Yeah, mathematics teachers will like it. Like in mathematics, Language also keep there. Okay. Bandiki. Okay. You have an addition, subtraction, everything in language also. So let us understand that. Okay. You are eating biscuit now. Okay. The cake or biscuit, what is it? The cake, okay, was eaten up. You know that this is passive. Take 5 minutes, eat it. Then otherwise your attention is distracted. Enjoy your that thing. What is that thing? Biscuit? Chicky. Eat your chicky. You got it. Huh? Huh? What is the connection between what you call active voice and passive voice? Let us take a simple example. Okay? The boy ate a whole chicken. Okay. Okay, you are taking the boy ate a whole chicken. So this sentence, yeah. So how do you derive passive from this? As I told you, you have to split every word and split it into the tense component. Separate that. So what is the tense here? So you get past, and what's the root verb? Split this. You take away past, you get eat. And you are adding, like addition, the passive morpheme is ben. You are inserting addition. So past will be attached to be and en will be attached to en. So past tense of be is was, and eat plus en will become eaten. And you have the whole thing here. This will come here and this will go there. So how do you get? A whole chicken was eaten by the boy. And there is an insertion addition again. By. Not necessary in passive. You can simply say the whole chicken was eaten. But if you want to mention who ate it, you have to bring by. Otherwise it's not necessary. Look at the, like a mathematical operation. You are inserting passive into the verb. Adding that. Yes or no? Let's look one more complicating. Suppose you are taking another example like, in same example, let us think about something else. The boy will eat a whole chicken. Again you get this one, okay? What is the tense here? What is the tense of this one? No tense. Why? A sentence will have only one tense and this is without any tense. Will eat, tense goes to will, but eat is without any tense. There is only one tense and it is going to one verb. There is no more tense, which means this is a bare verb. No tense on that. Will eat will remain as eat. So it's not present tense, not past tense. Do you understand the point? In will eat, this has tense, this does not have any tense. Tense appears only on the first verb. And there will be only one tense in a sentence. Okay. So this has the tense, this is present tense. This does not have a tense, it's a bare verb, a naked verb without any clothes. Like that. Bare verb. You are inserting, what's the passive morpheme? Be and en. So there is nothing to attach here, it's a bare verb. So be will remain as be, no tense to be attached. And eat is attached to en, you get eaten. And the same thing here, a whole chicken will remain as it is. So the whole chicken will be eaten. And if you want to connect the boy here, you add by. Just adding be en there. It works in any example you are taking out. Okay? For example, you are taking the child is eating. Let us see. The child is eating mango. Okay. Now, look at this verb, split into components. It contains eat and ing. And you are adding be en into that. You are attaching be en. Okay? So how will it happen? Same thing. It's better to split it ing and eat to understand make. You are splitting into two. So eat contains ing form and also eat. So same thing, en will attach to e and b will attach to in. This becomes being, this becomes eaten, and this will be just like is. No change on is. So mangoes, because mangoes becomes nothing to do with the passive because it's a plural. Here it was only singular. So mango is more number, so is becomes are. So mangoes are being eaten by the birds. You understand? Passive is very simple to understand if you understand the operation, what is happening inside the passive. Okay? Does it click a bulb here? Little bit? Huh? How to understand, analyze a phenomenon in language so that it will be easy to understand. So today you are going to edit your own group product. Your mentors will contact you. Second thing, you are going to write what? Yeah. Look at the reading passage, I mean the material for reading and create your own examples for that. Share with others, so all your confusion will go. Take a pattern and create patterns on that. What is the tense, what is the model, like that. Now you get all combinations. Is that okay? Very good. Okay. And there is a picture, I told you, we had whole class description, group description, individual. I showed the picture, but we did not discuss that. So that picture will be given to you. Write a description. Somebody is teaching outside the classroom under a tree. Describe that picture. Is it heavy load? You say no, but then you should do that. Then only you will improve, yes or no? All your confusion, everything will go if you are working. You take one step forward, I will take one step forward. If you don't stand there, what will I do? Yeah, so I am ready to extend a helping hand, NEI, on behalf of NEI. Are you there on the other side? This hand is ready. This is a helping hand. You can touch. But are you there on the other side? Wherever you are, in any stage, are you there? How many? Picture. I will give you the picture. It will be sent you. A third picture will be given to you. You write description of that picture. So there are three tasks. One, picture description. Two, editing the passage and uploading it. Three, creating examples on different combinations of verbs. Is that okay? Okay. Then we'll celebrate. Come, it's all day. Enough. Yeah, I'll put that. Hold it.